Silence, awaiting my question. I started with the thief. The young man, younger even than Mikhail, held my gaze steadily. Did you kill or steal out of need or pleasure? I'm asking for your true motive. I'm not here to judge the details. Need, Your Excellency. My mother is sick, and my 7 siblings and I all tend to her. I tried to steal an herbal remedy that was supposed to help her. Once he'd finished, I nicked his shoulder with my trusty dirk and tasted the budding drops of his blood. He wasn't lying. I even caught a glimpse of memories, his mother, his siblings, the trial. He had no regrets, only hoping he'd pass before his mother did, so he could leave her his sacrifice money for treatment. Then it was the men's turn. The older one spoke first. It wasn't need or pleasure. It was vengeance, he muttered darkly, avoiding further explanation. Details, I insisted, sensing something was off. A merchant's son ruined my sister's reputation, the younger man said through clenched teeth. The scandal broke her spirit. We barely kept her from falling apart. As for justice, the man paid his way out and then continued spreading rumors. My father and I couldn't bear it. I understood, except for one detail, what they needed the money for. I asked, and the father answered again. We hoped to pay a mentalist enough to ease her memories, then move away, start afresh. I checked their words again and found them utterly honest. The men were telling the truth. So much for guilt and confessions. Why hadn't the mentalists verified the girl's condition after the incident? Why had the culprit not been held accountable? Elena shifted from one foot to the other beside me, clearly wanting to speak, but I raised a hand to silence her. If these girls are here to seek help because they've got a sick or dying relative, I'd be a worthless head of this family if I allowed them to make such a choice, I said, shaking my head and already realizing that there would be no arrangements tonight. Whatever expectations Hades had, I couldn't take lives over decisions that might be wrong under the law, yet understandable to my own conscience. The girls came willingly, Elena whispered. They were hoping for wedding funds. Good then, a dowry they would have. So, I'd been looking for a distraction, and here were 2 willing volunteers. A blonde young woman with a confident presence, and a redhead, small and slender, like a reed in the sun. Both watched me with curiosity and without a trace of fear. Village girls were no timid creatures. They knew exactly what they'd signed up for. I wasn't about to disappoint them or myself. Retreat into the shadows, I ordered through the blood link. No need to embarrass the girls further. The bloodbound obediently withdrew into the darkness, taking the volunteer sacrifices with them. I let my own blood and drew a small ritual circle around the makeshift bed. This time, the purpose was to collect every bit of mana we would unleash, like through a lens. The girls watched me work with interest, as quiet as mice so as not to disrupt me. After about 10 minutes, I finished making my preparations. All the sounds around us became muted, and a faint shimmer along the circle's border shielded us from view. Time to begin. Just don't let the mosquitoes bite my bare backside, I thought, amused at the idea of Aedes watching over us. Your nerve, that's your blessing. No peeking, no eavesdropping. Just a bite on your backside out of spite, Aedes chuckled, before adding, I don't know exactly what you're doing next, but consider protecting the land. Too many outsiders here. It shouldn't be this way. I silently agreed. I'd thought so myself. I couldn't be everywhere at once, but I could leave something here behind me to protect my territory. Aedes disappeared, displaying rare tact for a god, while the girls, noticing the misty veil, grew bolder. What can I say? An 18-year-old body with 3 centuries of experience is better than the reverse. The girls parted with their innocence tastefully and with enthusiasm. It pleased me that while I attended to one, the other didn't stand idly by, but joined the play. I'd always known redheads to have fiery temperaments. I can't say how much of the power went to Aedes, but in the process, they praised him, not me. Sometimes you put in the effort, and all the glory goes to the boss. An hour later, we left the natural bed of pine needles entirely satisfied with one another. The veil had lifted, and Elena moved to lead the girls away, but I stopped her. Summoning everyone to gather around me, I proceeded to the next stage of our ritual. We started by administering oaths of loyalty to the girls and the sacrifices. When all the usual vows of doing no harm, serving until death, and upholding the family honor were spoken, I finally had the faithful to launch another, more complicated ritual. All 16 people in the clearing were necessary. I drew a large ritual circle with spokes for each person and charged each spoke's point with the fresh blood of my blood-bound servants. The wheel's spokes intersected at the place where part of the mana had already gathered, like a lens. The moment I closed the blood circle, the mana completed the loop and surged into me like a torrent. I was sorely tempted to keep it all for myself, as it could even suffice to break the seal on the rune binding my hand. But I didn't. My god was unfed, my lands unguarded. This was no time for selfishness. Forcing my will, I directed the blood and mana to the lens, and when both circles united into one construct, a red beam shot up to the sky. I controlled the flow, channeling it in portions, crystallizing a foundation for a future mana pool and a ward for our ancestral lands. Drop by drop, a thin spire grew from our blood. When it reached about a meter in height, it stopped. My people were exhausted, but they held firm. I exhorted them to hold out a bit longer, not to give up, and they did. Blood trickled and filled the pool with mana. I didn't notice who began to pray to Aedes first, but soon everyone was chanting in unison. I think I even sensed the satisfied rumble of our patron at the edge of my mind. Time to conclude. The family ring grew warm, demanding to be included. I sent a thin stream of mana into it, and my perception shifted. I was lifted high above, seeing my lands from the sky, with a faint shimmer at their borders. Inside the veil, foreign presences pulsated like sparks. The land seemed to whisper, "The interlopers don't belong here. Drive them out, banish them from this land." With nearly all my strength gone, I managed to weave a scattering of minor curses into the veil. I thought I felt a slight satisfaction from the land itself, something like, "Better than nothing, but we'd prefer more." "There will be more," I promised. "Once I'm restored, there will be, I promise." The spokes faded one by one, and my bloodbound slumped to the ground. A red spire stood in the center of the clearing. Once I could have conjured it from my own blood, but here I'd had to substitute it with my blood-bound stamina. I'd drained at least half a liter from each, perhaps more. But it was worth it. Now, all prayers and invocations of Aedes would no longer disperse, losing their potency. Part of the mana went to the god, while parts settled in the mana pool, feeding the ward over my ancestral lands. Weak still, but, as they say, great things come from small beginnings. Through the blood link, I ordered Arseni to transfer the promised sums to the 5 new followers of Aedes, who were now my blood-bound servants. Arseni confirmed the names of the recipients, then briefly acknowledged the task was done. The men looked at me with adoration when they realized the execution was not only cancelled, but they'd receive the promised amounts. I offered to relocate the family of the violated girl to the village of Little Quagmire, and they agreed gladly. It might be remote, but it's safe, and they wouldn't be bothered there. I promised to pay for the mentalist to treat the girl as well. Fatigue weighed on me, but I remained calm on the inside. I felt that everything was as it should be. But that feeling didn't last long.
"Baron, we need you at the school," Spider's voice crackled urgently through the blood link. He sounded angry, but was trying hard to keep control. "We've been contacted by the assassins who tried to kill us."
Chapter 13. Marcus was angry and frightened. Of his former squad mates, barely more than half were still alive. Hiding hadn't helped. One by one they'd been found and picked off. Nor was there any safety in numbers. An entire squad of 5 fire mages had been wiped out all at once. Faced with such a deadly onslaught, the plan Marcus now formulated seemed borderline suicidal, and yet the only viable option. With the last favors he still had in the Ministry of Defense, Marcus learned the location of the Mosquitoes' base. That was where his team was now headed, in scattered groups and on their own. Karelia greeted them with its harsh landscape. Passing again past the site of the massacre felt wrong, but there was no other way. Marcus hoped the Mosquitoes would see their surrender as a gesture of goodwill. He didn't have much information to offer them, but he had some. The assassins were on their way to surrender themselves. From what Marcus had gleaned, the Mosquitoes had at least some sense of honor, which was more than he could say for the mysterious death mage hunting them. Honor. Where was their own honor when they had agreed to ambush and murder their victims? And they had prepared for the work so coldly, so professionally, like it was an ordinary military operation with objectives and operational parameters. And now the tables turned, and a hunt after them, they were hoping to find mercy by running to the very people whose comrades they'd slaughtered. They passed through Lochdenpokya in silence. Everyone understood perfectly well where they were going and why. They didn't know the exact location of the base, so when an armored vehicle blocked their path, eerily similar to the one they'd recently encased in stone, a sense of unease settled over them. It felt like an encounter with the dead. Marcus gathered his thoughts and stepped out of the car. Unarmed, hands raised, he announced loudly, "We have information about the murder of your comrades. We're willing to trade it for protection." The reply chilled him to the bone. "Things must be really bad for you to come and surrender yourselves this way." He had no rebuttal to this, so Marcus said the only thing he could. "I beg mercy for the women." The deafening silence lasted several minutes. "Step out one at a time, hands held out and visible." They lined up, willingly extending their hands for the magic suppressor cuffs. The bracelets snapped into place, severing the mercenaries from what little powers they still had at their disposal. Some of their spells had already stopped working as they had approached the Mosquitoes' base, something they'd whispered about in the car. Even weak hereditary magic had been stripped from them. None of them had ever heard of artifacts with such a capability. One thing was magical suppressor cuffs. Another was cutting off a combat unit from its hereditary powers as soon as it entered a specific territory. The further they went, the more Marcus regretted taking on this cursed job. There was a good chance the Mosquitoes didn't give a damn about the information he had. And then, what could he offer in return? Marcus had no idea. The Mosquitoes loaded them into a covered military truck, leaving one person to drive the visitor's car. "There were more of you during the attack. Why are there only 10 of you here?" The cold voice had an edge to it. They still hadn't seen the faces of the people they were surrendering to. The Mosquitoes wore protective uniforms without insignia and masks over their faces, leaving no indications about their identities. Their reliance on magic had played a cruel trick on them here. 3 others are making their way on their own, a wind mage, a water mage, and a life mage. The rest are dead. The stranger scrutinized the prisoners' faces, lingering on the squat, stocky earth mage who had once identified the mosquito's insignia. "You'll spend the night in solitary. We'll talk tomorrow." Judging by my chaotic movements, our family totem could have been a flea instead of a mosquito. It would have been too suspicious of me to leave immediately after receiving Spider's message. So I spent the rest of the night in the guest quarters, finishing my mother's wine and experimenting with the roses I was cultivating for the florist competition. Sometime before dawn, Christen's spies came to check on me, only to find an exhausted young man engrossed in his experiments without rest. I went down to breakfast looking haggard. A sleepless night and my blood loss had taken their toll, but they'd also provided a perfect alibi to feed to Christen. "Gavrila Petrovich, you don't look well this morning," remarked the Baron politely, sipping his fragrant coffee. "Couldn't sleep?" "You are quite perceptive, Arkady Ivanovich." I couldn't resist. I started experimenting with the buds I collected, I confessed with feigned guilt. "You see, I don't have much hereditary power, but I've got plenty of ambition. Hence my exhaustion, both literal and figurative." Christen nodded understandingly and seemed to lose all interest in me. Not 10 minutes later, the healer from the day before stormed into the dining hall. "Arkady Ivanovich, you need to rein in your people." His voice dripped with indignation. "It's unbearable, one incident after another. One worker nearly got a nail through his skull, another fell into a cesspit, and yet another, a carpenter, fell off the hayloft ass backward onto a bull's horn. And that's all just in the last hour." When he mentioned the hayloft, Christen and I barely managed to stifle our laughter, picturing the scene. I understood the magnitude of troubles the intruders were about to experience. The Baron, however, still had to learn what the inevitability of existence meant. Ever since we'd invoked the protective spell, anyone worshipping foreign gods was just a hair's breadth from having a terrible mishap. Of course, this could only be avoided by worshipping Hades. That way, the mana pool would be replenished, and minor curses would bypass those who suddenly found their faith. It was a simple and effective system. Our patron god was appeased, and his faithful remained unharmed. That said, I had instructed my bloodbound not to mention the solution for a few days. Doing so would only strengthen gratitude, and Hades would gain more faith. Christen promised to talk to his people, while I, after breakfast, invited the Baron to the florist competition in St. Petersburg, where I planned to present my new rose variety. After he politely refused, citing his busy schedule, I excused myself. Just as I was leaving the dining hall, I heard a muffled curse. It seemed the Baron's cup of freshly brewed coffee had just shattered in his hands. "This is only the beginning, Baron," I chuckled to myself. Only the beginning. Portal scrolls are truly a brilliant invention, even if some legs of the journey still have to be made by conventional means. I traveled via St. Petersburg, where I had to endure a siege from Teme. Tilda stayed out of sight, seemingly unwilling to revisit our interrupted discussion about the past. Teme, on the other hand, with her characteristic persistence and recklessness, began pestering me to let her go home. The conversation quickly escalated into an ugly row, where one side was inherently guilty of everything, and the other was a blameless victim. The girl ranted, raged, and threatened until I laid the issue bare. "Are you certain your family won't shell out for something deadlier? We barely managed to treat that junk together, and I'm still not fully recovered. The containment rune continues to drain my strength, and just because you've crawled out of your inner sanctuary doesn't mean you're cured. All it'll take is one dose of that junk, and everything will collapse like a house of cards." "You're underestimating me.
You've locked me in this mansion and forbidden me from appearing in public. I'm suffocating. I need mana. I need to go home, Teme wailed, tears streaming down her cheeks, playing the role of the wounded victim. Someone, it seemed, had completely lost touch with reality. My dear, you're not my bride, sister, or lover. Honestly, I couldn't care less how you choose to meet your end. But until you've repaid your blood debt, you'd better keep your mouth shut. I stared coldly at the overindulged aristocrat who thought she could boss me around on a whim. It seemed the Kitsune heiress finally realized she'd gone too far. Her tears dried up instantly, and her cheeks flushed. With a look of meek submission, she seemed on the verge of hanging on my every word. The transformation was too sudden, though, and my own blood within her betrayed her true intentions to me completely. I've got enough problems without dealing with your theatrical tantrums. I've already given you a generous deal, your life in exchange for help within your field. Don't like it? I can send you back where I found you, in the same condition. Hearing this, Teme wisely fell silent, bowed ceremonially, and backed out of the office. Barely 2 minutes later, Tilda contacted me. What did you say to the girl? She's pacing the room, thinking so hard I can hear her brain creaking. I swore colorfully, mentally sending all the women who tried to control me to the shabbier parts of the nether plane. Tilda snorted at my indignation. Got it. I'll keep an eye on her so she doesn't cause trouble. Thanks, Tilda. You're the best, I said gratefully. When I get back, I'll bring you a gift. I know your gifts, baubles or potions or cheap knickknacks, my friend grumbled. Surprise me for once in 200 years. You'll get a surprise, promise. I think I may have overpraised Portal Scrolls earlier. I was just one more jump away from the mosquito school when something went terribly wrong. I only realized this already in freefall, moments before plunging into ice-cold water. My clothes soaked instantly, dragging me into the murk. Not a chance. I didn't burn at the stake in another plane just to drown in this one. Kicking my arms and legs, I worked my way to the surface. Fortunately, the setting sun's crimson light pointed me in the right direction. Sputtering and coughing, I looked around me. The scenery was stunning. I was surrounded by the sheer, white marble walls of a flooded quarry, with emerald green pine trees peeking over the rocky rim overhead. And there I was, bobbing like a buoy in the middle of the still, placid water. A beautiful place. Odd there weren't any tourists around. I picked the bank that seemed easiest to climb up and swam toward it. Physical activity seemed to help me think. I'd have to figure out the quarry's name and bring Tilda here. She'd appreciate it, since she loved nature. And this place was beautiful, romantic, and secluded enough for her to swim in her true form if she wanted. With those thoughts in mind, I crawled up onto the shore, only to discover that my remaining portal scrolls were soaked and utterly and irreparably ruined. So much for magical scrolls which were supposedly protected against everything. Whoever made these deserves to have their hands ripped off and shoved up where the sun don't shine. These things cost a fortune. Not only did they drop me in the middle of nowhere, admittedly a beautiful middle of nowhere, but still nowhere, and now I had to find my way out on my own. I contacted Spider through the blood link to let him know I'd be delayed. Need help? Asked the chief of my bloodbound, alarmed. Only if you know every flooded marble quarry within 100 kilometers of St. Petersburg. Why? Just use another scroll, Spider replied, puzzled. Here I am, soaked to the bone, drying my clothes in the setting sun, and I thought, why not take a little vacation? I joked with a laugh. I've no working scrolls left. The whole batch is ruined. At least they didn't disintegrate me into dust during the transfer, and it was only a quick swim. Spider cursed vividly.
Mikhail Yuryevich, maybe you should contact Aedes, my bloodbound suggested hopefully. Relax, I said, laughing as I tried to calm him down. You're the one who trained us for endurance marches, and I've still got my stamina. I'll find my way out. As soon as I find someone alive, I'll figure it out. Just make sure our unlucky would-be assassins don't kill themselves while I'm gone. They'll be in solitary the entire time. It'll do them good, Spider grumbled. They tried to kill us, and here you are fretting about them. I'm protecting our sources of information, I said, sharing my thoughts on the deserters. You should consider them as potential recruits. If they came to us, it means the ground is burning under their feet. They were effective enough when they had to kill us, you will admit. All of them are former military, judging by their training, while our own guardsman has 1 foot in their graves. We're short on people. 10 in Marevo, and another 20 at the school. I don't have time to train new ones. We'll bind these mercenaries with an oath using their guilt as leverage. They'll serve us if they want to live. And they do want to live. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to us. Spider fell into a stunned silence at my reasoning. He'd probably already envisioned torturing them to death in his head, and now here I was, being all practical. For my part, I cut the blood link and turned my attention back to dealing with my current situation. The sun dipped quickly toward the horizon, lengthening the shadows. The air grew damp as it rose from the water. My clothes had dried a bit, and would dry further as I walked, especially if I got my blood circulating to warm up. Oh, Aedes, it's good to have a patron like you. Not only can I summon every mosquito in the area to scout the forest for signs of life, but the ones busy with reconnaissance won't have the time to bite me. After spotting the sturdiest-looking ladder I could find, I began climbing out of the quarry. Might as well do it now. There was no point waiting. Oddly enough, I felt calm and even a little amused by the situation. A world filled with magic and advanced technology, yet people still managed to mess things up just the same. An hour passed, and not one mosquito returned. This began to worry me. What kind of wilderness was this, with not a single person nearby? It made no sense to wander aimlessly without some sense of direction, so I sat on a rocky ledge, gazing at the violet sky. My blood sense spread like a wave through the forest, searching for nearby predators. There were none of significant size, though there were plenty of smaller critters. I wondered whether, if I commanded a few thousand mosquitoes to bring me a squirrel, would they manage it? It might be more practical to simply dominate one and make it come to me. But the idea of a mosquito delivery service was oddly amusing. My idle thoughts were interrupted as my blood sense encountered 4 living beings that had suddenly appeared about a kilometer away. 3 were unmistakably human, but the 4th... I quickly ordered the nearest mosquitoes to retrieve a blood sample from the creature, and shook myself alert. Constantly checking their movements, I set out, first running, then sprinting to intercept the group. It was a hunt. The hunters were closing in on their quarry, tightening their circle. The closer I got, the more clearly I understood that something about this situation was terribly wrong. I could hear 2 heartbeats inside the hunted creature. 2! The hunters were chasing a female, and she was injured. I smelled the blood even from a distance. Powerful blood. Sentient blood. In my home plane, creatures like this were called ergs, beasts that had evolved to possess self-awareness and human intelligence. My Tilda was an erg, and now, nearby, these hunters here were after another being like her. A creature capable of feeling fear, love, compassion, and suffering. And I wasn't fast enough. I tried to take control of all 3 hunters, but couldn't hold them due to the seal on my hand, which blocked 2 of my 3 control contours. leaving me just one to work with. Focusing all my strength, I targeted the hunter closest to the erg, disrupting his aim. Those bastard inquisitors. When I return, and I will return, I'll place seals on you so powerful, my parting curse which popped your blood vessels will seem like a lullaby by comparison. To distract the other two hunters, I sent every available mosquito after them, with orders to attack. But there were too few of the insects in the area. The rest were too far away to make it back in time. Damn it, history was repeating itself. Once again, I wasn't going to make it in time. The staccato of automatic gunfire shattered the twilight stillness of the forest. I could hear guttural cries in an unfamiliar language, excited, greedy. Animals! The cry of pain and despair from the female tore at my heart. She wasn't running anymore, she was crawling, desperately trying to save her child. I leapt onto the first hunter from behind, sinking my teeth into his throat. Hot, adrenaline-laced blood gushed out, invigorating me. I drained the life from him, not defending myself, but defending her. Through his blood, I glimpsed how these hunters had massacred a pride of milk-white wild cats that resembled tigers. They hadn't just killed them, they'd tormented them first. This female was the last survivor, protected and defended by her kin until the end. But the hunters had reached her too. The limp body collapsed at my feet, the blood restoring my strength just as the mosquitoes arrived. In swarms they attacked the hunters, drawing their blood. I managed to kill the second hunter by simply snapping his neck, but then the mother's agonized scream tore through the forest. The third hunter, paying no attention to anything around him, slashed the injured feline's belly with a knife, trying to pull the cub from her. A red haze enveloped my vision. I saw everything, understood it even, but I neither wanted to nor could control myself. I severed his spinal cord with the knife, paralyzing him, then laid him next to the dying mother and began a ritual. The hunter and the prey had now swapped places. Piece by piece, I dismembered him, extracting every ounce of pain and terror, channeling it into warmth, care, and love. That flood of emotion trickled gently into the dying cub. I saw the intelligent eyes of the tigress, filled with pleading, and I apologized to her for being too late. I pressed my fingers into the erg's blood, absorbing it and establishing a connection with the dying mother. I'm sorry. I can't save you both. No matter how much I wanted to, ergs weren't humans. Their mana structures were entirely foreign to me, and to anyone, really. Each was unique, following its own path to self-awareness. All I could do was try to save the cub, still closest to its animal form. The tigress seemed to read my thoughts. "Thank you," came a faint mental whisper. "Look into my eyes." I shifted my gaze from the cub to the tigress, and it was like I'd been struck by lightning. The emerald depths of her eyes pulled me in, stripping me of my will, dissolving every wall and barrier into dust. "Don't resist," came the gentle purring. "Accept and share." I dipped my hands into the hot blood. My mana channels strained and stretched like steel cables ready to snap. Waves of power, unfamiliar gifts, and unimaginable energy surged through me, passing through my heart, the core of my magic, and into the cub. Maternal love mingling with my emotions of care, protection, and tenderness wove a fragile web of attachment. I watched the process unfold, utterly unable to control it. The alien force reshaped my body with careful precision, drawing resources from the tigress's blood to offset the immense cost. Her body grew translucent, then faded into mist, leaving behind a snow-white cub curled up and softly snoring. "Well, What am I supposed to do with you now, huh? I wiped my hands as best I could on the damp grass and gently stroked the cub's scruff. It immediately started purring without opening its eyes. Taking the kitten and tucking it into my coat, I turned to the hunters' bodies. Leaving them here, even in a deserted place, didn't feel right. Sure, the wildlife would eventually devour anything left unattended, but still. I ordered the mosquitoes to drain all the blood from the bodies. It would give the little ones nourishment and leave me with fewer headaches dealing with the remains. While waiting for my winged minions to finish their feast, I stroked the kitten, making it stretch out and expose its belly for more attention. Its snow-white fur glistened in the light, shimmering like silver threads, occasionally standing on end and making the kitten look like a fluffy ball. Each strand of fur seemed to crackle faintly with static, tickling my palm with every touch. Such a bold, adorable fluff ball, and not one that would trust just anyone. For some reason, I thought of the blonde-haired Hawthorne. My thoughts drifted to memories of her slender figure and fiery temper. The crackling sensation grew stronger. How was she doing? The little sparks pricked my fingertips like tiny needles. Had she managed to ward off that bear? A flash of light burst before my eyes, and I was suddenly underwater again. Only this time, the water enveloping me wasn't that of a quarry pond, but falling from an ordinary barracks shower. And standing just a step away, soaking wet and wide-eyed with shock, was a completely naked Svetlana Hawthorne. Chapter 14. Poor lost little kitten, came an unexpected thought, and I wasn't wrong. As my initial shock passed, Svetlana transformed from a startled maiden into an enraged fury. "Shut your eyes," she hissed, sounding as fierce as a wild tigress as she tried to cover her breasts with her arms. "If you tell anyone about this, you'll hang half-mast for the rest of your life." "Where have I heard that before?" I blurted out self-destructively as I shamelessly took in the sight before me. And oh, what a sight it was! Pert, firm breasts with pink nipples, a flat stomach, a toned, perky ass, all glistening under streams of water and soapsuds. Any man would understand me. Not only did I not close my eyes, but taking advantage of the fact that her hands were occupied, I pressed her against the wall and kissed her, ravenously, insistently, and dominantly. To hell with the consequences. I'd deal with that later. Hawthorne squirmed but didn't push me away. That was my cue to end my bold move. After all, I wasn't roughing up some servant girl, but a noblewoman. Reluctantly, I pulled back. "My shower is always open to you," I teased, winking at her before stepping out, lest I really lose certain key masculine ambitions. I darted out of the showers, making my escape in short dashes. Luckily, there was a small window in the locker room through which I managed to climb outside, avoiding the indignity of parading through the barracks in wet clothes. "I'll be at the instructor's barracks in 5 minutes. Have dry clothes ready for me," I sent a message to my bloodbound. The response was stunned silence, followed by a flood of questions. How? By what magic? Did the contour fail? Ignoring the questions, I added another thought. If anyone spots a white, fluffy, blind kitten on the grounds, don't touch it. Call me immediately. 15 minutes later, dressed in clean, dry clothes and sipping herbal tea, I was listening to Spider's report. There are 14 deserters, mages with levels ranging from 3 to 5, though some aren't fully developed. In addition to the elementalists, we've got 2 unusual ones, a life mage and a nature mage. The first can function as both a healer and a radar, detecting all living beings within a kilometer radius. The second, Spider nearly smacked his lips with excitement. We need her as a master of camouflage. She cleaned up the site of the ambush so thoroughly that when our guys went to check it, they couldn't even find the place. I nodded in agreement, inwardly pleased that Spider was focusing on practical matters. 14 people, plus their families. That would be a decent addition for Aedes. Spider's next words interrupted my train of thought. But there's a problem. What is it? There's a death mage after them. Svetlana remained standing under the shower for a long time, trying to regain her composure. Who? Who in the world could cast portal scrolls right into the women's shower? The answer was obvious. No one. That meant it had to be magic. But hereditary magic wasn't supposed to work here. Personal magic, then? But who'd ever heard of teleportation magic being personal? The answer to that question was worse than the previous one. If anyone knew about such magic, that person would either be working for the emperor and the state, or they'd have been dissected in a lab by now. Svetlana imagined being forced to repeatedly escort and deliver people and cargo to places she didn't want to go. The constant control, the lack of freedom, it would drive anyone to despair. She'd fled here for that very reason. Her father's position ensured that Svetlana had never truly belonged to herself. Her life and destiny had always belonged to the whims of the imperial family. So it made sense that this man would keep his powers secret at all costs.
Who was he again? A Vinogradov, judging by the ring and the bold earring in his ear. Insolent, of course, but with a sense of boundaries. He hadn't overstepped, hadn't forced anything, and had made a quick exit before things got truly indecent. Svetlana tried to recall what she knew about the Vinogradovs. All she remembered was that about 100 years ago they'd been a princely family under the protection of Muscadine, the god of the vine. She couldn't recall any recent events, even though aristocratic gossip was all that Princess Maria ever talked about. Either the Vinogradov family had fallen into obscurity or disgrace, or it had simply remained out of the spotlight for a long time. But he'd certainly made an appearance in the shower. Svetlana recalled the bold way he'd kissed her, his wink and his escape. She even switched the water over to cold to clear her thoughts. Acting like a child. By the holy hawthorn, really. One kiss and a suggestive look, and she was thinking, Hawthorne knows what. She resolved to find out everything she could from Princess Maria about the latest news on Aedes and Muscadine. If heirs from two families had suddenly resurfaced, Maria would know. For the first time, Sveta saw the princess's obsession with gossip in a new light. Knowledge was power. Maybe Maria Crechet wasn't as foolish as she seemed, always staying at the center of the empire's social web. The solitary cell held a table and 2 metal chairs. A dim candle barely illuminated the dark room, and the cold was palpable. A red-bearded man in camouflage breathed on his shackled hands, bound by magic-suppressing cuffs. I'd spent a long and detailed session with the defector's commander, Marcus, both in conversation and in methods beyond words. To fully test his sincerity, I conducted an interrogation using blood magic.
Spider and Beetle tried hard to pretend nothing unusual was happening, but even they couldn't entirely mask their surprise at what I was doing. What infuriated me the most was how, due to my seal's limitations, I had to devise extra rituals for what should have been straightforward blood techniques. It made me feel like a dilettante, or worse, some kind of deviant. This interrogation was no different. In the past, I'd have sunk my fangs into him, lulled him into a trance, and wandered through his memories until I found the answers I sought. But now, nothing of the sort was possible. I couldn't even infuse my blood into him. It might not take. Aedes, What if I make him a servant of the family, then kill him later if he proves unreliable? I asked, voicing the most obvious question about using a blood oath. Our followers are scarce as it is, and now you want to conduct experiments with the bloodbound? My patron retorted, clearly irritated. You're a blood mage, aren't you? Torture's perfectly legal here, you know. I sighed heavily. That idea was a dead end. Still, it had been worth a try. Torture wasn't an option for me, not out of compassion, but because it risked weakening the clan's future defensive capabilities. I resorted to a process I found deeply unpleasant. For Marcus's body to accept my blood, I had to craft it into a weak approximation of a macro, a substance usually extracted from the essence of slain creatures in the nether plane. Cutting myself had become a bad habit in this world, one I needed to break, but for now it was my only viable option. After all, I wasn't just skimming through his last half hour of life. I needed at least a week's worth of his memories. Marcus eyed the offered macro warily. It was unlike anything he'd seen before in both color and texture. I waited a cautious 10 minutes, ensuring the effects would set in before beginning my questioning. By then, the power of my blood had infiltrated the deepest corners of Marcus's memory. I saw more than he'd ever willingly share. His lover's death in war, his helplessness, his adoption of a fallen comrade's child, even the sacrifices he'd made to pay for the child's magical training. I saw his attempts to unite his former comrades, his struggles to find his place in civilian life, and the eventual descent into mercenary work. Marcus wasn't a good man or a bad one. He was a soldier, with decent leadership instincts, but little experience in the murky waters of political intrigue. That inexperience had cost half his squad their lives and left Marcus here, sitting before us, trying to save the other half. Had someone else been in our place, his team would already be dead, an eye for an eye. But we were alive and in need of loyal people. I asked simple questions as I delved through his blood memories. How did they receive the job? Who was the intermediary? When was the payment made? When did the first squad member die? I rephrased questions, searching for leads. The most useful piece of information I uncovered was the name of their contact for the job, a mobster known as Nikolai Vorobey, the boss of St. Petersburg's Sparrow Gang. Beyond that, Marcus knew little. He was merely a hired gun, not the mastermind. Wrapping up the interrogation, I stared at Marcus thoughtfully, weighing his fate. My decision hadn't changed. I was pleased that Spider had taken an interest in the two mage women in their group. The elemental mages, however, raised some qualms. They possessed hereditary spells and powers which wouldn't function in our lands. Still, that didn't mean they couldn't be retrained, like the noble children we'd recruited. Marcus, what do you want from us? I finally asked, posing the most important question. Feeling my blood within him, I waited for his answer.
Would he lie? To get another chance and atone for my past actions, the leader of the mercenaries replied, holding my gaze. To live by the warrior's code. Well, that's honest. But you've come to the wrong place, I replied bluntly, cutting through his lofty words. We're not noble knights without fear or reproach. We stand as a shield between beasts and humanity. We kill and we're killed, but we never strike first. All of us are bound by a blood oath and a vow of secrecy. So, Marcus, you have two options. Either you become bloodbound to Baron Comarin, swear the oath of secrecy, and do whatever is required of you, or... I let the pause hang in the air before continuing.
that death mage will find his work has been done for him." Marcus flinched, but didn't look away. Instead, he seemed to be deep in thought. "I can't decide for the others. Let each soldier make their own choice." We arranged just that. All the defectors were gathered in a single cell. They held themselves with dignity, though fear flickered in their eyes. Scanning each other for injuries, signs of torture or beatings, their attention quickly settled on Marcus. They were concerned for their commander, and that was a good sign. Marcus took the floor. "It looks like we got involved in a conflict far beyond our understanding. The mosquitoes are a true special unit, but we'll only learn the nature of their work if we take a blood oath and an oath of secrecy of the highest level. The oath will bind our loyalty to their god until death. We will have to change our patron deities and become servants of the Mosquito clan. There's no other way to leave this place alive." Marcus earned my respect with his speech. He explained things clearly and emphasized the right points. The fighters remained silent, processing what they'd heard. Only the life mage broke the silence with a comment. "That's why we came here. I see only one issue. Changing a patron deity can have consequences."
No one talks about it openly, but be prepared for debuffs to hereditary spells, curses, possibly severe ones, and other unpleasant surprises, depending on your god's temperament. It was a valid point, but one I could easily address for my future clan members. On this land, all bow to Hades, be they Baron Comodin or the Emperor himself. Other gods have no power over you here. As far as they're concerned, you've vanished, died, I said, scrutinizing the group before me. As you've likely noticed, your hereditary powers don't work here, so only personal strength matters. The rest you'll learn after joining our bloodbound. Whether they believed me or not was their choice, but they didn't have any real alternatives. 5 minutes later, I was administering the oath to 14 individuals. Hades' followers were growing in number, and I could hear a satisfied grumble in the back of my mind. By the way, it's curious how I can communicate with Hades, while others lack any connection to their gods. And yet, at the same time, here in this domain, I can't even use the one power Hades granted me, summoning mosquitoes. Something to ponder for later. For now, I needed to replicate the mana pool process we'd used in Hamarevo. I selected the deepest basement in the school's fort for the ritual. Luckily, there were bloodbound available for the ceremony, and the congregation in here proved even more grateful than in Hamarevo, so the mana pool would be consistently replenished. Spider, for his part, had done an excellent job explaining things to the local populace. Baron Comodin and his patron deity were sincerely revered in the village. It wasn't surprising. Nothing bolsters faith in a god or lord like sealing a portal through which a massive beast threatened to obliterate the entire village. This time, creating the mana pool was both easier and harder. No virgins had been brought, but my blood was far more mana-dense. It seemed my connection with the Urg hadn't left me unchanged. The new bloodbound didn't betray any feelings about the process. If it had to be done, it had to be done, especially since only about half a liter of blood was taken from each of them. Still, I sent everyone to the infirmary to be checked and treated if necessary. We finished everything just before dawn. As I was leaving the infirmary, I unexpectedly ran into an alarmed-looking hawthorn. Svetlana couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned for 2 hours before giving up and deciding to take a walk outside the barracks. A vague sense of unease gnawed at her. Her father had mentioned something similar once. The least favorite hour of every healer is between 4 and 5 in the morning, which is when the most patients die. It's inexplicable, but true. During this hour,
Healers feel as though death is making its rounds, collecting its due. No matter how hard they fight, people pass away. Now, Sveta felt death stalking nearby. She checked on the cadets carefully, but they were all sleeping the sound sleep of the exhausted. Slipping quietly out of the barracks, she wandered beneath the sprawling branches of the pines. The fresh, clean air made her shiver in the pre-dawn chill. Tilting her head back and closing her eyes, she inhaled the scent of pine. It calmed her, as if promising that everything would be okay. Amid the creaking trees, a faint, weak mewling reached her ears. Opening her eyes, Sveta couldn't believe what she saw. A snow-white kitten hung suspended from a branch just above her head, mewling softly with its eyes tightly shut. A quick diagnostic spell made her gasp. The kitten was emaciated to the brink of death. Its life force flickered faintly. Conjuring a sphere of healing mana, Sveta tried to infuse the kitten with vitality, replenishing its reserves. But nothing worked. The mana passed right through without taking hold. That couldn't be possible.
Scanning its body for injuries revealed nothing.
"What's wrong with you, little one?"
she murmured, cradling the nearly weightless kitten in her arms, desperate to help. She tried every regeneration technique she knew, but nothing worked. Clutching the kitten tightly, Sveta sprinted toward the healer's building, hoping someone there might save it. At the entrance, she ran into Vinogradov. He stepped aside to let her pass, but then abruptly blocked the doorway.
"What happened? You look like you've seen a ghost."
"Move! I don't have time for this," Sveta snapped, struggling against his strong arms while holding the kitten, which seemed even lighter now. "This is a matter of life and death."
"Stop!" Vinogradov barked, his tone brooking no argument.
Sveta froze involuntarily.
"Show me," he ordered. Reluctantly, torn between urgency and frustration, she pulled the kitten from her cloak. Its fur had dulled, turning almost ashen gray. "Son of a..." Vinogradov cursed, grabbing her by the arm and dragging her into the nearest room, which turned out to be a dressing room. "Put it on the table." Vinogradov shrugged off his instructor's dark jacket, leaving only a black, short-sleeved shirt, and gestured for her to lay the kitten down. Sveta placed the tiny creature on the table, but it didn't even stir. "Come on, you're a healer. One of the best. Do something." The young man stared helplessly at the gray, furry bundle growing smaller before his eyes. "I can't. I've tried everything," Svetlana snapped, running another diagnostic. "My magic just passes through it without taking hold." Vinogradov hesitated for only a fraction of a second before grabbing a scalpel from the surgical kit. "Do you want it to survive?" he asked her. And Svetlana's eyes widened in horror, unsure why he needed the scalpel, but she nodded anyway. "Then swear a blood oath that you won't speak of what you're about to see."
Appeared from the wound. Its petals appeared from the wound. Its petals forming fine veins that twisted and intertwined, creating something resembling a macro. A macro formed from his own essence. Svetlana couldn't believe what she was seeing. Macros were only ever extracted from creatures of the nether plane. They were effectively concentrated energy cores. But how? Why? Who? What was he? Questions crowded her mind, but Vinogradov worked quickly, carefully forming a red pebble-sized macro and placing it in the kitten's mouth. He gently stroked its throat, encouraging it to swallow. The kitten complied. Moments later, its fur turned from ashen gray to a soft peach tone, then deepened to a shade reminiscent of garnet. Another moment passed, and its eyes fluttered open. The kitten purred softly and climbed into Vinogradov's arms. The young man, however, looked far from well. His face was pale, his lips blue, yet he cradled the kitten tenderly, whispering something inaudible. Svetlana quickly scanned Vinogradov, determined to heal him if she couldn't help the kitten. She was a healer, after all. But as soon as the scan results appeared, she froze in stunned disbelief. In this completely unfamiliar man, she recognized her own handiwork. His fully restored mana channels bore her distinct signature. His guise might have been fake, but the family crest on his ring couldn't be. By the holy Hawthorne, she thought, what on earth are you? Chapter 15. I felt awful. 2 days without rest, 2 mana pools formed, and 2 macros conjured from my own blood. I was running a mad race, and on top of it all, the Urg cub had nearly died. When Hawthorne had shown me the kitten, practically melting away before my eyes, I'd hoped she could help. She was a healer, after all. But my hopes turned out to be futile. I had no choice but to share my own blood, which still held traces of its mother's energy, with the cub. The kitten had taken the sustenance, opened its eyes, and completed the final bond with me. Now I could sense its insatiable curiosity mixed with concern for me. "Don't worry, I'm fine," I assured the kitten in a murmur, stroking its head. "I'll get some sleep and it'll pass." The kitten licked my hand with its raspy little tongue. "Are you a boy or a girl?" I teased. The kitten tilted its head, spun in a circle chasing its tail, and then looked up at me with a charming expression. "Me meow is still meow small." The kitten puffed up its fur, resembling a fuzzy ball. "Me meow knows how meow to hide." Sparks danced across the kitten's coat again. "Listen, me meow," I said, stopping the kitten before it could vanish again. "Don't disappear like that without warning. I worry about you, and it drains a lot of mana from you when you do that." We conversed mentally as I slid down to sit on the couch. Hawthorne was staring at me wide-eyed, as though she'd just witnessed a monster from the nether plane. Maybe that's what she decided I was after everything she'd seen. Thankfully, there was the oath to keep her from talking. "This didn't happen," I warned sternly, meeting her gaze, and she nodded numbly. "If you help me now, I'll be truly grateful," I added. Another nod, this time more deliberate. Her magic flowed into me again. The manosphere she conjured this time was much smaller, fitting neatly into her palms, but it was enough to clear my head and restore some strength. "Thank you," I said sincerely. "Now go back to the barracks. Reveille is soon." For all her defiance, Hawthorne obediently headed for the door. She paused at the threshold, gave me a crooked smile, and said, "My name is Svetlana, and you owe me for 2 healing sessions now." Svetlana left, and I remained with the kitten, who purred softly in my lap. "Nice Svetlana," it murmured, "kind and brave." "I know, kitten," I replied. "Oaths are oaths, but I'll need to keep a close watch on her now. Family secrets have to be kept in the family." I returned to St. Petersburg by midday, having indulged in a good nap before my departure. Before I left, Spider handed me an unassuming amulet with 3 small oak pendants strung on a chain. I was about to pocket it when Spider stopped me. "Put it on. It's a ward against the death mages. Each pendant can absorb 3 spells or physical touches. We dug them up from our old stocks today, and we're issuing them to everyone in case of an attack." "I didn't know there was protection against death mages," I said, inspection the simple amulet. "I thought only life mages could counter them." I couldn't even imagine what a fight between life and death mages would look like. Life mages were far more common, while death mages were true anomalies.
I'd read in the social bulletin that for the first time in 100 years, a powerful death mage had emerged in the southern lands of the Empire. It made me wonder how much someone had paid to hire such a rarity to eliminate the assassins who'd failed to kill me. The price must have been astronomical, considering Marcus had mentioned that the contract alone was worth nearly $500,000. This was a high-stakes play then. On one side, someone with immense financial and administrative resources. On the other, my 300 years of experience and my grandfather's uncanny foresight.
Baron Comarin might be dead, but he could still send greetings from the afterlife to keep his killers on their toes. And that was precisely what I intended to do. Arkady Ivanovich was furious. An endless string of mishaps had forced all the construction work to a standstill. And yet, however much he wanted to, there was no way to accuse anyone of sabotage or malice. The mishaps were so bizarre and absurd that no one could have possibly engineered them. A full-fledged field hospital was already operating in Marevo, with a constant stream of minor injuries coming in. Nothing serious, but the sheer volume. Even the border guards, the so-called Eagles, seemed to suffer less, perhaps because they patrolled the boundaries of the Komarin lands and had begun invoking Aidi's name regularly. That worked for them. They were untethered by family ties or totems. But Chrysan's own people weren't so fortunate. On these cursed lands, their connection to their patron deity, the rat, was completely severed. Attempts to pray or call upon him only seemed to increase the rate of accidents. By the third day, Chrysan was ready to blame anyone, even Vinogradov, for his misfortunes. But the Eagles reported that Vinogradov himself had suffered an accident. His horse twisted its leg as he left the estate, forcing him to travel on foot to a nearby village before continuing on to the railway station. For the first time, Arkady Ivanovich began to think he might have been wrong to suspect the man. Coincidences might not be coincidences, but for some reason, Vinogradov inspired more sympathy than suspicion in him. Deprived of hereditary power, the man still worked tirelessly for his family's sake, much as Arkady Ivanovich had in his younger days. Men like that were often undervalued in the clan system, which prioritized personal power in the empire. Still, Chrysan was more preoccupied with his own problems than by the affairs of some aristocrat. By evening on the third day, a curse specialist from the Ministry of Defense had arrived in Marevo. The young specialist, fresh out of the academy, was highly promising and eager to fulfill personal requests from the leadership. The former student practically buried his nose in the ground, searching for the root cause of the accidents. And that wasn't a metaphor. He literally dug through the earth, uncovering even traces of a poorly cast curse left by Chrysan's own nephew. Something Arkady Ivanovich had certainly not expected. By lunchtime the next day, the bleary-eyed young man, with dark circles under his eyes, came to present his findings. The specialist downed 3 cups of coffee as Chrysan waited, unhurried. His sources had reported that the young man had worked diligently, so Chrysan was willing to overlook the simple human weakness of needing caffeine. Finally, Arkady Ivanovich heard the specialist's findings. They were anything but reassuring. "Your Lordship, what we're observing here is, I dare say, unique," the young man began, laying out a topographical map with the Komarin lands outlined. "There is clearly a magical anomaly on this land. More importantly, it is of divine origin. Over the past day, I've conducted experiments and measured mana fluctuations for unaligned individuals versus ones with a patron deity. The results are staggering." The specialist gestured nervously, adjusting his round glasses. "The local patron deity is actively expelling anyone who does not revere it, or rather,
It is making it abundantly clear that such individuals are unwelcome here. Listen, my dear boy, Chryson interrupted, barely concealing his irritation. I already know that much. Tell me something that justifies the cost of your services. Very well, the specialist replied, his tone tightening. In the past 2 weeks, 3 sacrificial rituals have been performed here, triggering a chain reaction.
Essentially, the lands of this family are now in the initial stages of conservation. If a legitimate blood heir does not appear within 6 months, the local patron deity will escalate its actions. Most likely, it will begin outright killing those it deems undesirable. But that's tantamount to a declaration of war between families. Chryson's left eye twitched uncontrollably at the news. Other clans didn't face this kind of trouble when annexing foreign lands. Who is the patron deity of these lands? What does it matter who it is? Chryson snapped. It matters greatly, the curse specialist retorted. Taking land from a plant or minor animal deity is one thing. You might see dying trees, an influx of rodents, or an overabundance of frogs. But if someone tries to claim land belonging to a predator deity, their totemic creatures could orchestrate a bloody campaign against the invaders, especially if the deity perceives the claims as unjust. Chryson fell into a deep, brooding silence. For 10 years, he had systematically besieged and strangled a seemingly insignificant family, finally achieving his goal. And now he was being told that their patron deity might retaliate with vengeance? Why should anyone care about these gods? They didn't interfere in human affairs. Where had this god been when the family was being wiped out? And more importantly, what was he supposed to do now? Where could he find a blood relative of the Komarin family to use as a puppet? A surprised exclamation interrupted Chryson's troubling thoughts, irritating him further. The curse specialist was calmly sipping another cup of coffee while reading a slightly outdated newspaper. "You're still here?" Chryson barked. "This meeting is over." The former student carefully set down his cup and folded the newspaper, leaving one section visible. He seemed calmer, even sterner. "I think I know which family we're dealing with," he said, setting the paper on the table. "Good luck waging war against the mosquito god." With a sly grin, he gathered his materials and left, leaving Chryson to stare at the paper. On the front page of the Imperial Gazette was a public notice offering a reward for any information about Baron Mikhail Yuryevich Komarin. "What in the name of the rat is going on here?" Chryson growled. As if in response to his invocation of his patron, his stomach churned violently, forcing him to leave the dining hall in haste. I returned home without incident. A shower and a hearty lunch did wonders for my mood. The number of bloodbound was growing, the 2 mana pools were working perfectly, and even Meow had found her spot, on the pillow next to mine. The little cat followed me everywhere with an air of importance. When she had time to tear through the mansion like a hurricane, I couldn't say, but the next time she appeared, her face was smeared with blood. Alarmed, I called out to her. "What happened? Are you hurt?"
"Meow feels good. Meow had yummy meow."
She licked her lips with a dazed expression. "Tilda, could you come to my study, please?" I called out to my friend. "I have, I hesitated, unsure of how to describe Meow. She wasn't a pet, nor a beast, nor a guest. She was a child here with me. Through the blood link, I could sense Tilda's stunned silence. For her to be at a loss for words? Impossible. Moments later, she burst into the study, and I found myself momentarily paralyzed, oblivious to all other stimuli. The reason? Her outfit, or rather, her lack thereof. No, not quite. She was wearing something. A dress, if you could call it that. Layers of semi-transparent fabrics in varying shades, embroidery and chains in the most unexpected places. It was similar to what women of the Dune tribes wore in our world, where the belief was that the more powerful the warrior, the more revealing her attire.
I nearly drooled, while the stir her appearance caused in my trousers is best left unmentioned.
"You look stunning, simply exquisite," I exclaimed with genuine admiration, watching as Tilda twirled, relishing the effect she'd achieved. "At the flower exposition, every man's eyes will be on you, not the flowers." "What flower exposition?" she snapped, latching on to the new piece of information. "Although, hang on, what about the child you mentioned?" I called Meow, who shuffled out from under the curtain, her face now sticky with raspberry juice. A kaleidoscope of emotions swirled across Tilda's face: delight, caution, amazement, and finally the realization of how much trouble lay ahead. She crouched cautiously near the little cat, letting her sniff her hand. Meow's eyes widened into round saucers. Within seconds, she was nestled in Tilda's arms, purring contentedly. "I don't know anyone else who draws ergs to them like you do," Tilda said, as she sank into the chair across from my desk, stroking the kitten absently. "Me, then Lana, now Meow. You understand this doesn't just happen normally, right?" I nodded, unwilling to delve into the topic, especially after she mentioned Lana. I guess I always stick my nose where it doesn't belong, and this is the result. "You don't get it," Tilda sighed. "Macros, which in this world are harvested from creatures of the nether plane, are underdeveloped, calcified magical cores. 99% of beings remain stuck at that stage of development. Less than 1% push past the barrier and become ergs, sentient, magically gifted creatures. You," she jabbed her finger at me, "you treated all of us like equals, like reasoning beings. You talked to us. That gave us the push we needed to evolve, to understand, and to become self-aware."
Why do you think, after your death, the creatures of the nether plane, led by ergs, waged war against the holy inquisitors who burned you? Because the seals on the nether plane burst upon your death? No, it's because there's something about you that's dear to us. I've spent 200 years trying to figure out what it is. But ergs, we sense it and come to you across worlds and dimensions. Want me to guess how this little one ended up with you? I nodded, mulling over her words. A natural rift must have occurred, and this miracle fell almost literally at your feet. Not quite, but close enough, I admitted reluctantly. Let's shelve my uniqueness for now and figure out what to do with her. What's there to figure out? Tilda smiled, gently combing through Meow's snowy fur. Feed her regularly, love her, don't hurt her, and play with her so she doesn't cause trouble. By the way, what's her ability? Teleportation, apparently. She transported me the moment I pictured the place I wanted to go. Tilda whistled with amazement. That's no simple shape-shifting. That's... Her eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, the possibilities! I had to bring her back to reality. She's still a cub. She needs to grow first. Otherwise, she might end up somewhere she can't come back from, and I won't be able to find her. I poured myself a glass of brandy, mulling over how to keep my kitten safe. Have you established a bond with her? Yes. I gave her a macro made from my blood, with traces of her mother's energy, I said, shuddering as I recalled the sensation of creating the macro. It had felt like being consumed alive. Then she won't leave you unless you drive her away, Tilda shrugged. Her tone, however, carried an unfamiliar weight, as if her usual carefree demeanor had cracked, revealing emotions she rarely showed.
Tilda, I began, trying to broach our past, but she cut me off with a wave of her hand. Let it go. It happened, and it's over. Don't repeat your mistakes with her. She gave me a crooked smile and turned to leave the study, but I stopped her. How about a night out on Friday? I asked, formally inviting her. Dress code? She asked, pausing at the door but not turning around. Exotic is fine, but you and Taimei will need costumes. We'll be attending the International Flower Exposition and Florist Competition, where your humble servant will have the honor of dazzling their Imperial Highnesses Princess Maria and Prince Andrei, I said with a theatrical bow. Oh, if you want exotic, we'll give you exotic, Tilda laughed, clearly amused, and left the room. I was alone again, but peace was a luxury I couldn't afford. Activating the blood link, I issued instructions to my loyal butler, Arseny. I need a thorough survey of all flooded marble quarries near the city, I said, describing the location Memiao's mother had diverted my portal scroll to. Within a kilometer radius, there might be the remains of 3 people there. Shall I have the remains destroyed? Arseny asked, matter-of-factly. It would be nice, but I think the wildlife has already taken care of it. Oh, and Arseny, I need a meeting with the most cunning and scandalous journalist from the Imperial Gazette. Perhaps someone from the Social Bulletin? He asked, with interest. Honestly, I couldn't think of an area where he didn't have connections. No, I need a serious investigator, a bona fide sleuth, meticulous, well-connected, and uncompromising. I described the kind of detective I wanted to uncover my enemy's secrets. I had my suspicions, but I needed proof. Understood. I'll arrange a meeting for you at the Vidrin estate. You're a welcome guest there now. A personal invitation arrived the day after you left. Perfect. A chance meeting is exactly what I need. Vidrin's mansion was unusually quiet and deserted compared to our last visit.
I had confirmed my courtesy call in advance, but I couldn't shake the worry that the meeting with the journalist wouldn't happen. In hindsight, I was wrong, but how could I have known? I was greeted by the Count himself. Pyotr Semyonovich looked elegant and, most importantly, sober. He scanned my bespoke suit from the Arachnid atelier, noted the family crest on my ring and the earring in my ear, and nodded as though coming to some internal conclusion. After exchanging the usual pleasantries about the weather, politics, and the gossip of the day, the Count finally got to the point. During your last visit, Gavrila Petrovich, you demonstrated a rather specific family skill. I'd like to propose a way for you to monetize it. To say I was stunned would be an understatement. During our last visit, it was Taimei who had shown off her abilities. I had nothing to do with it. Just to be safe, I decided to inquire what exactly he was talking about. No need to be modest. I've peeked into the archives. Your distant ancestor had a similar skill and learned to use it very effectively. I'm offering you a share in an established winery, and am even willing to buy you land with a mansion for your own use, Vidrin said, growing more excited as he laid out his proposals, clearly trying to get them all out before I interrupted with the usual line about family secrets. The thing was, I had no idea what skill he was referring to. Listening to Vidrin wax lyrical about the prospects of a joint business venture, I reached out internally to my adopted wine god. Muscadine, do you know what he's talking about? The response came quickly, a chuckle followed by contented sniffling. Oh, I know. You started handling family affairs, so I gave you a little perk, Muscadine said smugly. You're not the only one who enjoys a good joke. And what exactly is this little perk? I asked cautiously, wary of his sense of humor. At Vidrin's party, All wine-based alcoholic drinks suddenly skyrocketed in potency. Congratulations, you're now a walking distillery. Enjoy, Muscadine quipped before vanishing. Well, I was in trouble now. How was I supposed to explain this to Hades? What's this all about then? My patron deity's voice chimed in as if on cue. Chapter 16. In the end, I told the Count I'd consider his proposal later, as family matters took precedence for now. A little extra income never hurt, but if Muscadine's perk truly worked, I could revive my own winemaking operation. We'd buy land, restore the vineyards. It wouldn't happen overnight, but if the Muscadine family was to rise again, we could even merge into a larger clan. For now, though, I had no time to delve into this new skill or the intricacies of the proposal. Vidrin took my response in stride, pleased that I hadn't outright declined, and our personal acquaintance got off to a good start. I spent the evening in mail company. Vidrin was hosting a meeting of his gentlemen's business club, most of whom had prominently featured, bare bottoms and all, at the previous orgy. I had collected blood samples from them then. Tonight I reacquainted myself with Vidrin's inner circle. It was quite the gathering. Bankers, industrialists, ship owners, builders, the list went on. Men aged 25 to 40. By the standards of high society, they were mere youngsters, still learning the ropes of managing their family affairs. "So, Gavrila Petrovich, what is it you do?" One aristocrat, seemingly connected to river shipping, asked me. This was the question I had been expecting. Staying silent wasn't an option, and citing my youth would be tantamount to admitting weakness, costing me any authority in the future. Fortunately, I had prepared my answer in advance. "Gentlemen, I am currently fulfilling the will of the late Count Vinogradov. We have recently discovered previously unknown annexes to his last will and testament, in pursuance to which I have the honor of addressing certain family matters," I said, sticking to the cover story I'd fed to Zubrov. What I didn't anticipate was how quickly the conversation would pick up. "That was clever of you, involving the heraldic service," said a stocky man with deep-set eyes and rough features. Kabanov, the boar, if I wasn't mistaken. He raised his snifter of brandy in a toast. "I can only imagine how all the bloodline heirs must be scrambling now. The Count's estate was estimated at several 100 million gold rubles a century ago, including antique and art collections. With compound interest and imperial family guarantees, the accumulated wealth must be astronomical. Anyone in the know would be envious." I smiled modestly, though inwardly I whistled at the sheer scale of the fortune. Surely it wouldn't hurt to work for two gods at once. Muscadine's smug voice chimed in. "Told you so." Hades, clearly irked, retorted, "What is this nonsense? Everything was fine. Besides, we're not exactly starving here." I responded to Kabanov in his own manner. "Yes, the prince's wealth isn't exactly a secret, but the terms of inheritance—" I trailed off modestly, taking a sip from my snifter and allowing the light to catch the adamantine family ring on my finger. Much later, when the noble gathering had splintered into smaller groups, Kabanov found me again by the fireplace. "You're remarkably modest for someone of your current status, Gavrila Petrovich," he remarked. His gaze flicked from the fire to the brandy swirling in his snifter. "Your earring, paired with that ring. Let's just say I know enough to recognize what that means. A tiny drop of muscadine blood flows through my veins, a grape from the same vine. Even so, I know that only someone capable of communicating with the patron deity wears that combination." He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "And as for that little party at Vidrin's,
I let him know the reason it was so spectacular only after he tried to cure his hangover with a random glass of wine. You may not believe me, but I'll be truly delighted if the Vinogradov family establishes a new vineyard.
The Kabanovs will always welcome you in our home. As we parted ways, I handed him my calling card to solidify the new connection. Vedran and Kabanov escorted me to the carriage, both looking slightly awed by the princely crest emblazoned on its side. My grandfather was a staunch traditionalist, I said with a shrug, then added with a mischievous wink, and it doesn't hurt that the ladies find it romantic. Vedran nodded in understanding. Before opening the carriage door, the coachman spoke to me through the blood link. Master, Arseny has scheduled a meeting for you tonight. Your guest is waiting inside. Thank you for letting me know, I replied, then bid farewell to Vedran and Kabanov before moving on to my next negotiation. Anonymity was essential for both parties, so my meeting with the reporter was brief and to the point. The dim light of the carriage lent the atmosphere a certain criminal undertone. I was promised the story of the decade. That's why I'm here, the visitor said in a gravelly, smoky baritone, skipping any pretense of polite introductions. This isn't about another salacious affair, is it? Do you have sources inside the Ministry of Defense? I cut straight to the chase. If not, there's no point in continuing. A long silence followed, broken only by a sharp, scrutinizing look and an eventual cautious nod. In that case, I want you to investigate the destruction of the Komarin family. Officially, it's been 10 years of tragic accidents, but I have reason to believe otherwise. What does the ministry have to do with this? The reporter asked warily. I reached into my jacket and pulled out a few pages of my grandfather's notes, edited and supplemented by me. Certain sensitive information had been omitted, but the names of 5 individuals, those with the power, money, and influence to destroy our family, remained. The reporter moved to pocket the notes, but I stopped him. Read them here and burn them when you're done. With a shrug, he pulled out a small pocket lantern and began reading. As his eyes scanned the pages, his eyebrows rose higher and higher. How confidential is this information? He finally asked, lighting the document with the lantern and waiting until the pages burned to ash. Top secret, I replied bluntly. This investigation could very well be a one-way ticket to the nether plane. But if you find any proof, any at all, the reward will set your grandchildren up for life. You underestimate my grandchildren's appetites, he said with a crooked smile. And you underestimate my wealth, I shot back with an equally wolfish grin. The reporter thought for a moment before knocking on the roof of the carriage, signaling the coachman to stop. As the carriage came to a halt, he said, "It's dangerous, but interesting. I'll take it. I'll relay my findings through your man." With that, he leapt from the carriage and vanished into the night. I liked the guy. He was no simpleton. I couldn't identify his patron deity or magic, but he was undeniably powerful. His blood carried a rich mana signature, and I kept a sample of it for my library. The library was still a makeshift collection in the mansion's basement, but at this rate I'd soon need to dedicate an entire underground bunker to it, preferably in a remote location where no one would think to look. St. Petersburg was proud to host the International Flower Expo and Florist Competition that year. Massive iron and glass conservatories had been built just outside the city for the event. The imperial interior and landscape designers had truly outdone themselves. There was more to see than just flowers. Foreign and domestic companies showcased new carriages, reasoning that while the ladies admired the blooms, their consorts should have the chance to relax and spend some money. That evening, the Imperial Opera and Ballet Theatre was staging a premiere performance in honor of the occasion. One pavilion was dedicated to cosmetics derived from plants of the nether plane. The number of exhibitors in this category was staggering. At the last minute, even the Japanese Empire had joined, presenting an exclusive elixir made from their nether plane's counterpart of the sakura. Of course, Russia had its own treasures to boast about. From Krasnodar came a youth-restoring potion that was so potent that it had even been banned from export. The Nipponites, as Her Imperial Highness Princess Maria liked to call Russia's perpetual adversaries in the East, rarely appeared in foreign lands except for private visits. But this time, they were here quite officially and publicly, led by none other than Akira, a scion of the Inari family. As the official hostesses, Her Imperial Highness Princess Maria was now on her way to the special pavilion to greet the distinguished guest. She was accompanied by the daughter of the imperial physician, young Svetlana Hawthorne. Svetlana gazed at the chaos around her with quiet disdain. The tightly laced dress with a corset running the length of her back, the heels, gloves, parasol, and hat, all of it grated on her nerves. The field uniform of the mosquito unit seemed heavenly by comparison. She was ready to march 10 miles that very instant if it meant marching away from this place. Bodyguards flitted about them, never in sight. Noise, chatter, frivolous social gossip. It was enough to make her scream at the thought of trailing behind Princess Maria all day like a lapdog. "Svetlana, if you keep up that sour face, all the flowers at the exhibition will wilt and wither," purred Her Imperial Highness, the Crown Princess of the Russian Empire, ignoring yet another flattery from a nearby aristocrat. "At least pretend to be interested." "Yes, Your Highness." Svetlana replied with a saccharine smile and turned to admire yet another wisteria. Then an eye-searingly bright gerbera, and then some maniacally grinning Venus flytraps. "Just hang on a while longer," Maria teased her, leaning closer. "We'll perform our mandatory waltz with Akira, and then we can go see your special someone." "He's not mine," Svetlana muttered irritably, her tone dripping with denial. She already regretted 100 times over having mentioned the heirs of the Komarin and Muscadine families to Maria. The princess was now determined to meet the young men who had piqued the interest of the icy maiden at her side. That nickname had stuck to Svetlana since childhood, thanks to her blonde braid and icy blue eyes, which were the color of Lake Baikal's frigid waters. No doubt it was born of her unshakable stoicism in the face of the imperial family's frequent meltdowns. Next to the statuesque green-eyed Maria, whose every movement exuded grace and understated sensuality, Svetlana often seemed like a pale moth. Her role was simple, to highlight the princess's fiery presence with her icy demeanor and provide medical aid if necessary. It was precisely this contrast that made Svetlana grit her teeth at the idea of appearing before Vinogradov Komarin alongside Maria. Outwardly, he would look far more harmonious with the princess than with her. Yet envy was not an emotion Svetlana could afford at her station, so instead she roiled inside like a boiling kettle, anticipating an inevitable disaster. If Vinogradov, who had entered the exhibition as a contestant, really drew Maria's interest, the princess would waste no time playing with her new toy. "Oh, holy Hawthorne, why is this taking so long?" Svetlana thought, as they finally approached a pavilion that looked entirely out of place, a miniature palace of the Japanese emperor, surrounded by blooming sakuras. The crowd of onlookers here was overwhelming. Unlike the sterile beauty of the glass and iron greenhouses erected by the imperial architects, this place felt alive, radiating a tranquil energy that drew and held the eye, like an earthly paradise. "It is beautiful indeed," Maria admitted reluctantly, stepping gracefully through a cascade of falling petals. She smiled warmly at her subjects and the guests, performing her duties on behalf of herself and her brother. But Svetlana could see the irritation smoldering beneath her mask of composure. Princess Maria was not pleased to see Akira Inari excelling in anything. Lord Akira waited at the entrance to greet his esteemed guests. Tall, dark-haired, and clean-shaven, with a long braid and a piercing crimson gaze, he offered a deep ceremonial bow, acknowledging his lower status. Maria said nothing at first, her sharp gaze taking in every detail of their host. His attire defied the formal dress code for the exhibition and the protocol for interacting with the Russian royal family. The white mourning kimono, paired with wide trousers, was one thing, but the pair of samurai swords, a daisho, hanging at his waist, was a blatant insult to security and the traditions of the host nation. Carrying weapons in the presence of royal family members was strictly forbidden. Though often perceived as impulsive and capricious, the princess was the picture of composure now, extending the diplomatic silence. Only a slight furrow in her brow hinted at the storm brewing within. But Akira was no novice. He knew the rules well. Bowing once more, he addressed the princess. "Evening bindweed has ensnared me. I stand transfixed in forgetfulness," he said, his voice smooth. With a wave of his hand, the swords vanished from his waist. "Forgive me, Your Imperial Highness. Captivated by your beauty, and still mourning the untimely loss of my sister, whom you so remind me of, I forgot all laws and customs, neglecting to disperse the illusions I carry as a son of the goddess Inari. Rest assured, no thought, word, or deed of mine was intended to trouble you. What you see is but a modest gift of my goddess." Maria smiled charmingly, batting her lashes at the pavilion's host. "We are delighted to welcome Akira-sama of the Inari house to our lands. Your wisdom is rivaled only by the beauty of your art. Truly, your creation is the crown jewel of this exhibition." As Maria Crechet exchanged pleasantries with the Japanese prince, Svetlana found herself bored to tears. She distracted herself by examining the crowd of elaborately dressed courtiers and exhibition guests, and didn't notice until too late that Maria had stepped aside to introduce her to Akira Inari. What she couldn't miss, however, was the fanatical gleam that lit up in his eyes when he saw her. "Oh no, I can find no ready comparisons for you, third-day moon." The words flowed from the prince's lips as he handed Svetlana a sakura branch that was abloom despite it being September. "Thank you, Akira-sama. I am flattered that your lips echo the words of the great Basho," Svetlana replied, recognizing the haiku of the famed Japanese poet. "As autumn deepens, a butterfly sips chrysanthemum dew," Akira continued, showering Svetlana with poetic compliments foreign to her ears. The healer began to feel distinctly uncomfortable under his concentrated gaze. She remembered her father once telling her about his studies in the land of the rising sun. The Japanese court was fascinated with blonde, blue-eyed women who were highly prized in their imperial harems. Svetlana wasn't born yesterday, and with her healer's gift, she could sense the faint excitement beneath Akira Inari's poetic flattery and outward admiration. She forced herself to think quickly, searching her memory for an appropriate response, something neutral but polite to deflect his attention. Another verse from Basho came to mind. "In a field of grass, each flower a victory. This is the flower's greatest triumph." Akira bowed, acknowledging Svetlana's graceful reply, and shifted his attention back to the princess. "Your Imperial Highness, may I become the happiest of mortals by daring to offer you my company as you make your way through the exhibition?" Maria might have refused,
but the intricacies of lineage in the Japanese Empire complicated matters. Akira, a member of the Inari clan, descended from an emperor's son and was effectively on par with a serene prince or a distant member of the imperial family. Refusing such a minor request could be interpreted as an insult to the monarchy of a neighboring empire. So, with regal poise, Maria accepted his proposal and proceeded alongside the Japanese heir. The sight of their procession was undeniably striking. A path of sakura petals unfurled before the pair of imperial blood, bordered by ponds of lotus flowers and bamboo groves. All eyes were drawn to this unusual couple. Svetlana followed demurely behind, noticing that Akira's illusion extended to include her, ensuring she walked through the same enchanted scenery. But the magic dissolved into mist the moment she crossed its boundaries, leaving her in the mundane reality of the exhibition. It was a dangerous game Akira was playing, equating the healer's daughter with figures of imperial blood so openly. In one of the final pavilions, however, the entire procession halted, stunned by the spectacle before them. The Japanese illusion paled in comparison to the work of this mysterious florist. In the center of a cavern glittering with clusters of gemstones, a waterfall tumbled from above, filled with iridescent fish.
The interplay of water and light transformed the grotto into a kaleidoscope of pearls and diamond-like droplets. The only sound in the awestruck silence was the splash of water as two half-naked mermaids frolicked in the pool at the waterfall's base. Gasps of wonder were quickly followed by the audible grinding of Akira's molars. The mermaids dove beneath the surface, only to reappear moments later with a dark-haired, half-clad Triton, the undersea king. Svetlana was astonished to recognize Vinogradov Komarin in the role of Triton. He held a casket shrouded in a magical dome, within which a rose shimmered in every color of the rainbow. Its beauty was mesmerizing, drawing all the audience's eyes to it. The trio of mythical beings advanced toward Princess Maria and Lord Akira. The princess, however, would never have earned her reputation as an impulsive maverick without her true nature coming into play. Leaving Akira behind, she stepped to the edge of the lake, watching in fascination as the hem of her dress grew wet. The illusion was tangible. What happened next was a blur that Svetlana could never fully piece together. Maria, disregarding all decorum, pushed off the shore and dove into the enchanted lake. As she did so, silver needles shot from all directions toward one of the mermaids, threatening to turn her into a pincushion. The princess surfaced before the mermaid, laughing as she shielded her with her body. At the same instant, crimson tendrils erupted from Triton, spreading outward. Some coiled protectively around the princess and the mermaids, forming a cocoon, while others lashed out into the crowd, reaping a bloody harvest. Chaos erupted as people screamed and scattered in all directions. The only ones left standing were Triton, several would-be assassins impaled on his blood-red vines, and Akira. The Japanese prince was shielded by a transparent barrier, but it was already thinning under the relentless assault of the predatory tendrils. Sweat dripped from Akira's face, blood trickled from his nose as the blood vines continued to lash his protective barrier. Svetlana watched in horror, realizing that the technique she was witnessing had combined the power of two divine totems. Then a voice rang out behind her. "In the name of the Emperor, I command you to stop." Chapter 17. Count Orlov twirled a fountain pen thoughtfully in his fingers. The curse specialist whom Kristen had summoned to Marevo had just left his office. The young man had delivered intriguing results. 3 sacrificial rituals had occurred within a 10-day span on the Komarin lands.
The first two coincided with Komarin's coming-of-age ceremony, though there were no traces of the victims or rituals due to an explosion which had wiped out all evidence of the ceremony. The third and most recent ritual had been performed by a powerful mage. Attempts to reach the epicenter had been blocked by Komarin's retainers, indirectly confirming that the young man was not only alive, but actively overseeing his family's affairs. This theory was further supported by two checks that had been verified by the mentalists. One check had gone to a Sparrow Gang coachman who had transported a young nobleman from a brothel, a girl slung over his shoulder. The trail had gone cold in the city. The other check was for another coachman who had taken the man from the train station to the Sparrow Gang's territory. Both drivers had noted the family ring adorned with a mosquito. Returning to the curse specialist's findings, Count Orloff was particularly intrigued by the predicted chain of events triggered by the sacrificial rituals. The conservation and expulsion of invaders through divine intervention were no trivial matters. As the patriarch of his own family, Count Orloff rarely communicated with his patron deity, who preferred to stay in the shadows, believing his past deeds spoke for themselves. Achieving such a level of interaction, where a god actively intervened in human affairs, was no small feat. Earlier, Orloff had received a report from one of the Eagle commanders about the situation in the Komarin domain. Strangely, the Eagles seemed unaffected by the curse, while Christen's people suffered significantly.
This led to certain natural conclusions about Christen, yet the chronology didn't add up. Arkady Ivanovich had served as Orlov's personal secretary for over 25 years, while the attacks had begun 10 years ago. Orlov was reluctant to suspect his subordinate, but Komarin's words about betrayal against the crown and the emperor lingered in his mind. For personal gain, one might betray not only a provincial family, but even the homeland itself. Count Orlov dialed a short number on his commulet, summoning one of the empire's most elusive but indispensable individuals. Within half a minute, there was a knock at his office door. "You called, Daniel Andreevich?" asked the empire's chief shadow. "I did," the Minister of Defense replied, gesturing to the chair by his desk. "I have a request for you, strictly internal. I don't want counterintelligence involved." "I'm listening. But you know my methods," the shadow disclaimed, distancing himself from any potential fallout. "I know. There's no official evidence," Orlov admitted, gripping his fountain pen so tightly it shattered into pieces. "But I need to be sure." The exhibition had been a resounding success. The Imperial Security Service, however, had arrived at the worst possible moment. A little longer, and there would have been nothing for them to do. The throne would have had a would-be assassin targeting the princess to negotiate political advantages with the Asians. Mei would owe me her life and her position. But as the saying goes, tuck in your trunk, old boy. Take what you've got. The fun was just beginning. I had been comfortably accommodated in one of the private rooms at the imperial residence in St. Petersburg. No windows, unfortunately, but they did provide me with some form of clothing. It was one thing to strut around like a sea king in the middle of an illusion, quite another to do so at court. As my grandfather would have said, "Why, it's unseemly."
"Be grateful it's not a prisoner's uniform," came an unwelcome thought. They could have provided it free of charge. In addition to clothing, the Imperial Security Service had generously supplied me with handcuffs that were supposed to suppress any magical abilities. Magical suppressors in this plane, I must say, are subpar. I couldn't sense Misha's hereditary powers, but my blood magic was still available to me, and I could sense Muscadine's artifact as well. In theory, I could replicate the spell I'd instinctively conjured at the exhibition, but the thought of ending up a convict in the nether plane was unappealing. Meanwhile, in some divine realm overhead, a heated debate raged about my recent exploit.
It shouldn't have worked at all, Hades fumed. It's taboo. 2 patron deities? The height of taboo, mixing their powers. Taboo. He's disrupting the balance between the higher and nether planes. Oh, come off it, Muscadine replied nonchalantly. He acted reflexively in a critical situation to save an imperial heiress. And frankly, I'm starting to think this whole separation of divinities business is absurd. Look, the boy combined 2 abilities into 1 technique, and the world didn't collapse. If anything, he's a living example of that divine balance everyone likes to go on about. What is this balance between the higher and nether planes we are talking about? I cautiously interjected. Shut up and sit still, you miracle worker, Hades barked. How are you going to explain what you did to the security officers? Any mentat will send you straight to the gallows. Not a mentat, a mentalist, Muscadine corrected again. And they won't find anything. I've already checked, just out of curiosity. His memories? Soul-bound. Misha's bodily memory? That's another story. But the familial secrecy oath covers everything. So don't panic. He won't die prematurely. Besides, Princess Maria will likely pull some strings for her savior.
And if you doubt me on that, I'll be happy to accept your wager. Svetlana was watching a battle of titans. The head of the Imperial Security Service, known for bending the strongest mages to his will and standing toe-to-toe with the shadowy rulers of Siberia, the Tiger Lords, was now slowly but surely losing ground to the wily, snake-like Maria Crechet. I repeat, Dmitri Fyodorovich, this young man is neither the plotter nor an accomplice in the assassination attempt against me, Maria Petrovna explained, smiling sweetly at her father's subordinate. The smile sent a chill down Duke Medvedev's spine. Risking his own life, he used a unique spell, a classified family secret, to save me. His actions were timely, albeit extreme. And where, pray tell, were your men during all this? Svetlana shivered at the barely concealed menace in the princess's tone. To be fair, Maria had every right to be furious. Not only had techno-magical weapons been smuggled into the exhibition, but they had also been used in an attempted assassination. Even if Maria hadn't been the intended target, the mere attempt was a slap in the face to Medvedev's security service. The needles had contained a rare, magic narcotic substance that clouded the mind, overrode free will, and caused instant addiction. Judging by the quantity of needles and the amount of the substance, Maria had no chance of surviving. Akira Inari was currently in a magical coma and unable to answer questions. Given his foreign nationality and imperial lineage, the security officers had decided to sink their claws into the princess's defender instead. But they hadn't accounted for Maria Crechet, who had meticulously cultivated her reputation as a frivolous, air-headed young woman, whereas the truth was that she was anything but. Your Imperial Highness, I understand your confusion and your feeling of gratitude. However, Medvedev began tentatively. No, Duke. You have no idea the extent of my anger, Princess Maria hissed, her gaze fixed on the military officer. I will not allow you to shirk your responsibility by scapegoating an aristocrat from an extinct noble family. It was me they nearly killed, and if you lack the spine to act, I'll speak to Akira Inari myself, and I assure you, my methods of conversation will be far from pleasant. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and I'll personally prepare the recording of the assassination attempt for the Nipponites. Then we'll see how many islands in the East China Sea they'll concede in exchange for this illusionist. Your Imperial Highness, there's no need for that, Medvedev, the head of security, finally relented. "We'll handle it ourselves." "Well, you're doing a poor job of it so far, Dmitri Fyodorovich," Maria jabbed, her tone sharp. "Today, the Empire nearly lost its heir, and it wasn't you who salvaged the situation." "May we at least interrogate the young man?" Medvedev ventured cautiously. "Why stop there? Shall we march him straight to my father for a session of his vaunted righteous wrath?" Maria smiled sweetly, her words laced with venom. "No, I'll join you for the conversation. I'm curious myself how he managed to react so quickly." Svetlana groaned inwardly and mentally clutched her head. Considering the tangled mess of this young man's biography, any interrogation could unearth so many inconvenient truths that he might regret saving the princess in the first place. Hardly believing her own audacity, she decided to speak up. "I am willing to conduct an examination of the young man to detect any falsehoods." Medvedev raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear the typically reserved daughter of the imperial healer step forward this way. The girl was highly promising, both in terms of her gift's strength and her close ties to the imperial family. Dmitri Fyodorovich had even suggested his second son as a potential match for Hawthorne, though he had yet to receive a reply. "An examination?" he repeated, his tone skeptical. "Yes, an examination," Svetlana said, her voice steady despite the nervous flutter in her chest. "Using my gift, I can detect deception in his responses. It would be more precise and less intrusive than any mentalist's probing." Maria's lips curved in a faint smile, her eyes glinting with approval. "A splendid idea, Svetlana. I knew you wouldn't let me down." Medvedev exhaled slowly, glancing between the princess and the young healer. "Very well. We'll proceed as you suggested, Your Imperial Highness. Lady Svetlana, you'll conduct the evaluation under my supervision." Maria inclined her head regally, signaling her assent. Svetlana, meanwhile, felt her stomach twist into a knot. She hadn't the faintest idea how this examination would go, or what secrets it might reveal. At that moment, Medvedev realized he had another witness on his hands, the ever-invisible shadow of the princess. And this girl was not only ready to cooperate, but was also offering her assistance. This didn't preclude the use of a truth artifact, but the fact remained. The girl had grown up, and now she had found her voice. "Svetlana, your help would be greatly appreciated." A whole procession entered my room. Her Imperial Highness, Princess Maria, Svetlana Hawthorne, and a large, predatory-looking man with a bushy ginger beard and amber eyes, who carried himself like a bear trapped in a cage. Oh, he bore a striking resemblance to the Medvedev kid, Bear, from the Mosquito School. Could this be his father? Judging by the fact that I was still in the Winter Palace and not locked in the dungeons of the Peter and Paul Fortress, I knew that I wasn't under suspicion. Yet. My girls, meanwhile, had been questioned amid the chaos and sent home. Tilda had already reported back via the blood link. They had claimed to be hired illusionists tasked with presenting the rose at the exhibition. The mentalists had even confirmed their honesty. Of course they had. Tilda and Teimay's last 2 days of memories were filled with preparations for the exhibition, rehearsals, and fine-tuning the details of the performance. When they had first approached me with their idea to create an undersea tableau, I had been ecstatic. And I'm sure the imperial mentalists who reviewed their memories thoroughly enjoyed witnessing our creative process. Now, however, I had to answer for my actions and motivations alone. Well, balancing on the edge of utter destruction had become a personal hobby of mine lately. Svetlana approached me without raising her head. Standing before me, she blocked my face from view and placed her trembling hands on my temples. Her lips barely moved as she whispered, "There's a truth-detecting artifact here. I'm here to help." "Thank you," I whispered back, winking. "Don't worry, we've got this." As I looked at Svetlana, I couldn't help but think she was just as alluring in her gown as she had been in the Komarin uniform. I wondered how she'd look in the Desert Raiders attire. Layers of fabric forming a translucent silhouette, no corsets, semi-concealed nudity. I had to force the distracting image out of my mind through sheer willpower. Healing magic began to flow from Svetlana's hands. She checked my condition and seemed surprised to find I was unharmed. Small wonder. When the needles had struck my vines, I had expected to drop dead on the spot. But the vines had absorbed enough blood from the assassins to block the needle's poison and keep it from entering my body. I'd even siphoned off some energy from the Japanese prince's shield, boosting myself in the process. Honestly, I rather liked this energy vampirism effect. I might need to develop something similar, but without relying on the powers Muscadine had loaned me. Or perhaps, if I had managed to merge a spell I'd only seen once before with my own magic, maybe I could create something else at the intersection of these different magics. Gavrila Petrovich, first and foremost, I'd like to personally thank you for saving me. Maria Cretchit broke the prolonged silence. In the calm setting, I noted just how striking she was. A brunette with a cascade of curls, emerald green eyes with a witchy glint, full lips, and a sultry gaze. Wars had been fought and empires toppled over women like her, and Maria knew it. Utterly shameless, she wielded her beauty like a weapon. The extent of our gratitude will be discussed later, but for now, the Imperial Security Service, represented by its head, Duke Dmitry Fyodorovich Medvedev, has a few questions for you as a witness. She emphasized the word pointedly. I told you. In my head, Muscadine chuckled from somewhere in the divine plane. You owe me, you know what. Oh, I'd have to remember that the gods here are fond of gambling. Meanwhile, Medvedev, who indeed seemed to be the father of my bear acquaintance from the school, took the floor. Gavrila Petrovich, you must understand that we're simply doing our duty. Protecting the imperial family is our paramount duty. And I must inform you that this conversation is being conducted with the use of a truth detection artifact. He gestured to a ring on his finger, identical to the one I'd seen on Count Orloff. Additionally, your condition will be monitored by a healer, Svetlana Hawthorne. I nodded, indicating my formal consent to the stated measures. Thus began my soft interrogation. Gavrila Petrovich, what were you doing at the flower exhibition? I was presenting a new variety of rose called a surprise for the princess, I replied. This line of questioning did not seem particularly intimidating.
And what was the surprise supposed to be?
The rose produces tears if someone pricks themselves on its thorns, I explained my failed surprise. Excuse me, the princess interrupted the Duke. Have a sample brought here. I want to see such a wonder for myself. The Duke nodded and left the room briefly. Maria Cretchit's facade of grace evaporated the instant he stepped out the door. All right, Gavrila Petrovich, she said sharply. I just saved your ass from the security service, pardon my frankness, but I've got a few questions of my own. Answer quickly and without hesitation. Svetlana, keep watch. Svetlana's hands trembled at the command, but she nodded. Were the assassins targeting me? No. Who then? They were after one of my mermaids. She happens to be Akira Inari's sister. 5 years ago, the two became embroiled in a struggle for power in their family.
Lord Akira got her addicted to drugs, smuggled her out of Japan to a foreign country, and left her to die in one of our brothels." "What a bastard!" Maria hissed with a mixture of admiration and disgust. "So illusions are their family craft, then? And if Akira's sister can create such tangible ones as your display, she must be inherently stronger." The princess connected the dots. "How did you manage to react so quickly?" "That's a family secret. Don't lie to me, sweetheart," Maria purred, even as her eyes drilled into me. "I can tell even without Sveta here that I'm not supposed to know. Yet don't you forget who I am. Think carefully and answer in a way that keeps me happy and doesn't change my opinion of you." "Fine then," I said, meeting her gaze and gesturing toward the earring in my ear. "A divine secret." Maria coughed, momentarily at a loss for words. "Touché. Looks like I won't pry further."
"One last thing. What are your intentions with my dear Sveta? Are you just looking for some bit of fun, or are you after something more serious?" Poor Svetlana's hands trembled as if she was having a seizure, but she kept them on my temples, avoiding eye contact with either of us. "Something more serious. Right now, my status precludes me from offering anything to someone of her station, so I can only admire her from afar," I replied, as honestly as possible. To be fair, I'd already been considering pursuing Svetlana more seriously. But given my family situation and other complications, I decided to hold off for now. Svetlana seemed to relax a little, even casting a curious glance my way. Without thinking too much about it, I turned my head slightly and kissed her wrist. Her face flushed bright red. Who would have thought the fiery healer could be so shy? "Oh, I see where this is going," Maria burst out laughing, clearly entertained. At that point, Duke Medvedev returned to the room, carrying the rose under a protective dome. It shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, its pearlescent petals glowing softly. "Here it is, Your Imperial Highness. I retrieved it from the evidence annex," he said, placing the rose on a small table before Maria. She was about to open the dome when I stopped her. "Wait," I said abruptly, halting her hand mid-air. "I sense another spell layered over it, something deadly. Not mine. Summon the mages and have them investigate it." Chapter 18. There wasn't time to summon the mages, however. I noticed Medvedev's vacant gaze as he reached for the rose's dome, and I had no choice but to shove Svetlana out of harm's way. I didn't want to die, but if I had to act, so be it. I threw a stiff straight at Medvedev, slamming my fist into his solar plexus, and we tumbled to the floor together. "He's under mind control," I managed in between grunts, trying to keep the enormous man away from the rose. The women froze like statues, too shocked to intervene. "Sveta, put him to sleep," I croaked as Medvedev's hand clenched around my throat. Snapping out of her state of shock, Svetlana gently touched Medvedev, slumping him into unconsciousness. Unfortunately, not before he cracked a couple of my ribs, broke my nose, and nearly twisted my neck off. We were in entirely different weight classes. Barely managing to sit upright, I spat blood onto the plush oriental rug, not exactly very aristocratic of me, and muttered, "If the first attack was a coincidence, the second was someone seizing an opportunity to blame it all on the Nipponites." Stunned, Maria stared at Medvedev's unconscious form, me bleeding on the floor, and Svetlana tending to my injuries unbidden. Then the princess unleashed such a colorful tirade of curses, I almost envied her. She made to storm out of the room, but I hissed, "Stay put. Someone's likely waiting for this place to blow to kingdom come, and you're about to walk right into their trap."
Maria hesitated, looking uncertain. "Can you get these suppressor cuffs off me?" I asked her bluntly. Time was running out, and I didn't have enough confidence to summon enough mosquitoes to check everyone in the palace, and even less confidence that I could process all the blood samples quickly enough to identify the culprits. Still, I had to try. The longer you wait, the more likely the assassin will make their getaway. The princess made up her mind.
Placing her hands over the cuffs, she did something I couldn't quite follow. Her hand seemed to lose form, spreading over the metal like ink. Seconds later, I heard the distinct click of the latch releasing, and the suppressor cuffs fell to the floor. Freed, I commanded any mosquitoes in the area to collect blood samples from everyone in the palace. To my surprise, the search took only 15 minutes. Though, judging by their expressions, neither Svetlana nor Maria understood what was happening. I asked them to give me some time and began sifting through the memories of everyone in the palace. I sought any hint related to the rose, Medvedev, a possible explosion, magic, or even emotions like fear and greed. Sorting through hundreds of memories, I finally found what I was looking for. There are 3 people involved in this incident, and 5 more targeting your younger sister. Soon. They're planning something during the theater season at the resort, I said, opening my eyes, momentarily disoriented. My head was swimming from having plunged into so many lives, so many thoughts and emotions. I held on to the threads of what I'd uncovered, descriptions, roles, abilities. But nausea overwhelmed me. Warm hands on my temples eased the throbbing pain before I realized Svetlana was wiping my face with a cloth, dabbing at my blood-streaked tears. Gratefully, I embraced her as Maria stood frozen, clutching her commulet, too shaken to make a call. "Here's the deal," I said, going all in. "If I'm right, you swear never to reveal how you got this information. If I'm wrong, you can drag me before your father, and he can decide my fate." Maria nodded, biting her lip. She made a call, her voice barely rising above a whisper as she relayed my findings, emphasizing the suspects I'd identified. Meanwhile, Svetlana worked to revive Medvedev, undoing the mind control spell. I stood ready, a porcelain vase in hand, prepared to use it as a makeshift weapon should Medvedev regain consciousness violently. Call it cowardly if you like. I call it strategic foresight to keep my ribs intact. Moments later, a rapid response team burst into the room. They took Medvedev away, still unconscious. 2 mages examined the rose under artifact-enhanced goggles. The palace was finally under control, but something told me this was just the beginning. "The spell is on the dome," I interjected, attempting to add my 2 cents. "If possible, save the rose." "We don't care about the spell," one of the mages replied dismissively. "It's weak." "But the plant?" A sly gleam lit up his eyes. "Yes, I'm also curious about how you create such flowers," came a quiet but commanding voice from the doorway. Standing there was a tall but alarmingly thin young man. His facial features bore a subtle resemblance to the princess, but his gaze was entirely different, steely and unyielding, as though a powerful spirit were confined in his frail body. "Andrei," Maria exhaled with relief, rushing to embrace her elder brother. "How's Nastya? Did you catch all the suspects?" "We got them, Masha," the heir replied, gently stroking her curls to calm her. "Mentalists and interrogators are working on them now. So far, your account checks out. But I'd like to have a word with this young man, privately." The mages made curt bows and began to leave, carrying the rose almost under their arms, which implied the spell had already been removed. Maria's gaze lingered on the flower,
a pout forming on her lips, like a spoiled princess denied a toy. "Leave the rose. It's a gift for the princess," Andrei commanded promptly. Whether out of affection for his sister or personal interest in the flower, the directive was clear. The mages reluctantly placed their prize back on the table and shuffled out. Svetlana moved to follow them, but Andrei surprised me yet again.
"And where are you off to, O Queen? You've been involved in this mess from the beginning."
Queen? My eyebrows shot up involuntarily. Svetlana, noticing my astonishment, blushed adorably. Ye gods, how she blushed! She really was delightful. Meanwhile, the prince turned the stone on his ring, and a shimmering barrier enveloped the room. Another artifact. These people were draped in them like a vine in grape clusters. Well, they were imperial heirs, after all. Survival in any situation was probably part of their job description. Still, I couldn't understand why Maria hadn't activated something like this during the exhibition. "No one will overhear us now," Andrei said, gesturing to a chair at the table. "We can speak freely and without formalities. I have many questions, but considering you exposed 2 assassination attempts against my sisters in one stroke, I'll rein in my curiosity a bit." I nodded, appreciating his perspective. They could have sent me straight to the gallows after all. Everyone here seemed so kind and trusting, such a stark contrast to where I came from. There the rules had been simpler. Better to torture, curse, and torture again than regret missing something later. But since this trust worked to my advantage, I decided to lean into it. "I swear to answer honestly any questions not related to family secrets or dealings with divine patrons," I said solemnly. As the words left my mouth, a silver vine with crimson grapes coiled around my wrist, signifying the oath's sincerity and divine approval. "Oh, what an idiot," muttered Hades. "No, actually that's a cleverly vague wording. It allows a lot of flexibility," Muscadine countered approvingly. I watched the surprised expressions of everyone in the room. "Well, that's unexpected," Andrei Cretchet cleared his throat. "Let's get to the main questions then."
"How did you perceive the spell over the flower's lid while wearing magic suppressors? And how did you identify the assassins in the crowd during the attempt?" The healers and security confirmed that all the attackers were from the same clan, marked with identical family tattoos. "Muscadine," I called one of my patrons, "if I say the vines and the rose were semi-sentient, would that violate the oath?" "Well, if you equate them to a pet, loosely speaking," Muscadine replied uncertainly. "But we've never tried anything like that." "And who can prove otherwise?" Hades chimed in smugly. "Wait, are you two just keeping tabs on me now?" I pretended to be outraged. Pretended because in a dangerous situation, having 2 gods on my side was infinitely better than none. Their advice, even their arguments, had proven useful. "You're entertaining, at least. Something to pass the time," said one of them. I wasn't sure which, and it didn't matter. I had to explain myself to His Imperial Highness Andrei Petrovich before his patience and goodwill evaporated. The answers to both questions lie in family abilities. I can't give a detailed explanation, but in broad terms, I paused, choosing my words carefully. Do you have pets? A cat, a dog, or perhaps a magical companion? No? Then imagine the first option. It's closer to the truth. Andrei and Maria exchanged glances and nodded. It's the same concept here, but instead of an animal, it's a plant. It's not exactly alive or independent, but it can convey vague sensations, danger, unease,
You choose whether to listen to it or not. Like how cats, dogs, or even fish sense earthquakes, plants can sense magical disturbances. I shrugged, unsure how else to clarify. Andre seemed intrigued, but Maria frowned, clearly piecing together the events of the exhibition. "But that doesn't explain how you bypassed the magic suppressors just now," Andre pressed, more persistent than Medvedev.
"A divine artifact," I said, pointing to the earring in my ear. "I can't elaborate further without putting myself at risk. It would be easier to remain silent." Andre nodded thoughtfully, but Maria straightened, her posture growing tense and alert. "And how were you able to both overcome and protect simultaneously during the exhibition?" she pressed. "Ah, Princess Snake herself. She'd supported me in front of the security chief, but now she fixed her full attention on me in her brother's presence. That wasn't me, it was the spell. The vines shared the same sensitivity as the rose, but I granted them a bit more autonomy to protect your Imperial Highness, myself, and my companions," I replied smoothly, choosing my words with care. "And how often can you create something like that?" Maria, as unwavering as ever, refused to let up. "I can't, Your Imperial Highness." Doing so drained a significant portion of the artifact's charge. "Another portion was used today to identify those involved," I said, calmly attributing it all to Muscadine's aid. In my mind, the mantra was clear. It wasn't me, it was divine magic. Take it up with the divine. Maria and Andre fell into deep contemplation. My oath had resolved the loose ends, so theoretically, this should have been the end of the conversation. But to my surprise, the imperial family held notions of honor and nobility that were far from empty words. "Gavrila Petrovich, I think it's pointless to press you further. You've shared more than you were obligated to under the constraints of your oath," Andre said, his gaze shifting between the rose and me. "What would you like as a reward for saving my sisters?" Oh, now this was a different kind of conversation. A pity he combined both rescues. I could have discussed each separately. Still, one shouldn't refuse a generous offer. "Would it be too much to ask to disappear from your security service's radar?" I quipped, earning a faint smile from the air. "That my sister and I will ensure as a bonus," he replied. "Then I'd like a favor, something reasonable. Nothing treasonous, no financial gain, no lobbying for scoundrels or anything of the sort," I shrugged, playing humble. "Life is long, and my family's standing is modest at the moment. A fragile lineage invites trouble from every corner. I'd like the option to request protection if needed. In other words, wealth, artifacts from the imperial treasury, magical cores, or a beneficial marriage," Maria interjected, casting a knowing glance toward Svetlana. "None of that interests you?" "Exactly, Your Imperial Highness. None of it. I'll earn all that myself, including the approval of my future wife." "So be it," Andre concluded, silencing his sister's reply with a wave of his hand. He removed an unassuming jasper ring from his finger. With a simple twist, the stone detached, revealing a thin point beneath. "I, Andrei Petrovich Krechet, hereby grant priority consideration of any petition presented by the bearer of this ring, in gratitude for saving members of the imperial family." The point touched his finger, and the jasper turned a deep ochre, glowing faintly. "Would you allow me to bind the artifact to my essence?" I asked the imperial heir. "I wouldn't want such a generous gift to fall into the wrong hands." Andre nodded and handed me the ring. I didn't echo his declaration, I simply touched my own finger. The stone shifted from ochre to the rich hue of ripe garnet. Sliding the ring onto my finger, I felt a surge of confidence. While we conducted this ceremony, Maria's restless nature had led her to examine the glass dome encasing the flower. Carefully removing the cover, she gasped as the rose stirred like a living being, its petals unfurling to catch the sunlight and scattering iridescent rays across the room. "Ah!" Maria yelped, sticking her finger in her mouth. "Curiosity killed the cat," Andre sighed, eyeing his sister. But before he could finish, Maria interrupted, her excitement bubbling over. "Look!" Transparent droplets had formed on the rose's petals. They glistened in the sunlight, cascading down and amplifying the flower's fragrance. The rose was crying. "The rose regrets hurting you and is apologizing by offering a stronger fragrance," I explained. Maria's eyes shimmered with pure, unadulterated delight. "How exquisite, Gavrila Petrovich! I know it's against the rules, but could you grow such a miracle outside my window?" Maria clutched my hand, her charm on full display. Behind her, Svetlana pressed her lips together and turned away, while Andre merely shook his head. "It would be an honor, Your Imperial Highness, but I'll need time to cultivate buds. They're incredibly temperamental, like all true beauties," I said, spreading my hands and winking at the princess, who blushed in response. "This surprise has been a success in every sense," Maria declared, stroking the flower's petals. The rose leaned into her touch, its intoxicating aroma filling the room. News of the assassination attempt at the Flower Expo spread like wildfire. An extraordinary issue of the Imperial Gazette described the event in vivid detail, glossing over the unfortunate incident involving the Japanese delegation. The imperial family extended their heartfelt thanks to me for aiding in the resolution of an unexpected situation. But rumors, unlike the press, which was tightly watched by the state, couldn't be contained. Witnesses whispered tales of the assassination attempt against the princess and the valiant intervention of a young nobleman. With every retelling, the story grew more fantastical. By evening, I was reportedly wielding my vines against an army of Japanese assailants who had dared attack the jewel of the empire, Maria Petrovna Krechet. In taverns, toasts were being made in my honor. Forgotten noble houses suddenly recalled distant connections, and the upper echelons clamored for my presence at their soirees. Invitations flooded in, but something else caught my attention. 2 days after the incident, the gods paid me another visit. Muscadine radiated strength and vitality, practically glowing with emerald brilliance, whereas Hades was palpably furious. "I should thank you," Muscadine began, his tone jubilant. "I never imagined I'd receive such a surge of faith from non-believers. Yet here we are. And as a token of my gratitude, I'll not only restore your artifact's charge, but also increase its capacity to hold 5 spells." I sincerely thanked the god for his help. Having a backup plan was always better than relying solely on one's own strength. Yet Hades' foul mood troubled me. Muscadine vanished, but my patron god remained in brooding silence. "You're angry," I ventured, trying to draw him out. Honestly, his brooding silence was unsettling. Normally he'd rant, make snarky comments, or laugh. But silence? That was new. "I am," Hades admitted without pretense. "I understand the logic of your actions, but I'm still furious that all that renewed faith went to another deity. You're my follower. I saved you. And yet all that faith bypassed me entirely." I stayed silent, giving him space to vent. His grievances made sense. I'd been working on long-term gains for him, setting up mana pools, inspiring believers. The faith was trickling to him in a steady, albeit thin, stream. But Hades, like many gods, wanted it all, and he wanted it now. The assassination attempt, however, had precipitated an unforeseen chain of events. One risky move had catapulted me into high society and inadvertently bolstered another god's strength. So, is this why having two patron gods is so taboo? I asked cautiously, hoping to redirect his frustration. Nah, Hades waved off the suggestion. Before you, I didn't even know it was possible. Pleasing two gods at once? That's a feat. Most people can't even manage one properly. And you're out here like some kind of Stakhanovite. Who? I asked, unfamiliar with the term. Neither I nor Mikhail held any reference to it in our memories. Forget it, Hades sighed. In a different world from this one, it was a movement designed to coax coal miners into working harder, smashing ordinary productivity quotas. Dwarves? I asked, incredulous. Sure, the little folk were fanatical about work, but overproducing? Their mountains and mines weren't going anywhere, whereas ale could be guzzled up by a neighbor and their wives. Well, let's not even go there. No, humans, Hades clarified, working triple shifts, surpassing their regular quotas 3 or 4 times over. Slaves? No, free people, who just really loved their homeland. We fell into a contemplative silence. Impressive analogy, I admitted, breaking the silence. But it doesn't change the fact that feeding muscadine wasn't part of my plan. I know, Hades conceded, which is why I can't stay angry for long. Still, it stings. Look at muscadine, tossing around artifacts like candy. Even Kitsune does it. And all I can give you is the power to summon mosquitoes. It was hard to tell if his frustration stemmed more from envy or his own divine insecurities, but I decided that a god needed encouragement just as much as faith. You shared your own blood with me, I pointed out. Isn't that the most precious gift a god can offer? Hades became pensive. I thought he'd retreated to his divine realm when he suddenly spoke up. Oh, I keep forgetting to tell you. There's someone else with Comarin blood. I've started sensing them, but I can't establish contact just yet. Chapter 19. I froze. How was that possible? I was the last of the line, or so I thought. Aedes, evidently aware of my thoughts, offered an explanation. I'm just as shocked as you are. Could you have sired a child while romping around the marshlands with the village girls? I'm not picky. An illegitimate heir would do too, but it's still an odd situation. I was meticulous in such matters. I wasn't a healer, but I knew enough tricks to avoid any complications. And yet here we were, just a week later. Can you pinpoint the area where this bloodline member emerged? I asked. Surely gods had resources I didn't. That's the thing. I can't. All I sense is a faint thread of blood linking you to someone, but I can't interact with them. Wondrous are your ways, O Aedes, I muttered, my mind racing. All right, I'll investigate. Thanks for the heads up. Don't mention it, Aedes replied, then added, almost hesitantly, I mean it. Reach out if you need anything. I'll help however I can. Svetlana Hawthorne was enduring yet another lecture from her father. A tall, wiry blond man with storm-gray eyes, he still turned heads among women. Though he swapped mistresses frequently, he'd never remarried. Sometimes Svetlana wished for a stepmother to deflect her father's relentless attention, but most of the time she was glad to avoid such complications. Today, as he prepared to send her off to Madame Duplessis' finishing school, he was droning on about the importance of family, proper conduct, and the necessity of narrowing down her suitors. Papa, I agree, Svetlana interjected, slipping her own words into his monologue. You agree? With what?
The sudden shift in his daughter's behavior caught him off guard. He paused mid-stride in the middle of his greenhouse, which doubled as his study and examination room.
With everything you said, that as a dutiful daughter I should start considering potential suitors, she replied sweetly, her sky-blue eyes framed by long lashes batting innocently. Her father was momentarily speechless. Then, in a flash, he strode over and placed a hand on her forehead. "No fever. Strange. You're not ill," he muttered, his hand glowing faintly as he used healing magic to scan her. Slight hormonal changes, physical fatigue, but nothing serious." As he continued his examination, he grew increasingly perplexed. "This doesn't make sense."
Papa,
Svetlana said gently,
I'm simply agreeing with your reasoning. I even wanted to propose my own list of candidates. After all, I'll be the one living with one of them and bearing your grandchildren.
Her father stared at her in shock, muttering to himself, "No change in your heart rate. You don't seem to be lying. All right, my daughter. Either confess what's going on, or I'll start worrying this isn't really you under that guise. For 3 years, you threw tantrums at the mere mention of marriage, and now you're on board? This doesn't add up." Svetlana hesitated for only a moment before deciding to tell the truth. She loved her father, and his affection for her was just as genuine.
Papa, I wouldn't want anyone to use me to get closer to you or the imperial family. That's why I'll choose candidates who are genuinely interested in me as a person. They may not be highly noble or wealthy, but they'll be honest and sincere with me.
Svetlana approached her father and hugged him around the waist, just as she did as a child, seeking refuge under his protective wing. "So, you've already set your sights on someone." Her father tousled the curls atop her head. "My little bride has grown up. When will you introduce me to him?"
Don't rush things, Papa.
"I want it to happen naturally," Svetlana replied, her cheeks turning a deep shade of crimson as she buried her nose in his collarbone. "As you wish, my daughter, if it's important to you." He held her tightly, cherishing his most precious treasure. "But, Sveta, if he turns out to be a scoundrel, you'll become a young widow. I couldn't care less what others might say. Though," he paused, a mischievous smile spreading across his face, "if that happens, I'll leave him to you. No sense in gifting an easy death to a scoundrel." They both laughed, knowing full well that the humor in his words was only partly a joke. The most skilled and inventive tormentors are healers. Their knowledge of the human body and pain surpasses that of any torturer. Even life and death mages are merciful by comparison. Heaven help anyone who makes a healer their enemy. It's a condition only death can cure. When I returned home, I was greeted as if I'd achieved a grand victory. I'd notified Arseny and Tilda via the blood link that I was on my way back, following a tactical victory. Awaiting me was a full feast, beautiful women, and a jubilant Meow, who immediately leaped onto my shoulder and licked my cheek.
Meow was worried. Meow missed you so much. Meow wanted to bring you back, she meowed.
I stroked the little erg and imagined Medvedev's face if I'd teleported directly out of the suppressive field of his magic suppressors. No amount of ancestral oaths would have saved me then. "Don't worry, little one," I assured her, scratching behind her ear and basking in the warmth of her sincere emotions. The same warmth flowed from Tilda. Only May seemed like a bundle of exposed nerves. She took a hesitant step forward and, bowing her head, spoke.
"Forgive me. I was wrong to want to return home. When I saw Akira, I thought he had come for me. that the goddess Kitsune had sent him. Her voice grew softer and more uncertain.
And it didn't strike you as odd that he was wearing mourning attire? The clan should have been grieving my disappearance. I didn't point out her naive joy upon reuniting with her cousin, or mention how, through his blood, I'd felt his thrill of the hunt, the satisfaction of impending murder, and lust intertwined. Your clan tried to kill you today, but that's not what concerns me, I said, refraining from the classic "I told you so," since she wasn't a child. What bothers me is who could have been watching you and tipped them off that you not only survived, but recovered. The thought of a spy gnawed at me. The possibilities were limited. Madame Juju's staff, or... Nothing else came to mind. My bloodbound couldn't betray us, so that was out of the question. Yet here, Teimei managed to surprise me. No one needs to watch. Every clan has a great tapestry where all family members, even newborns, are marked as branches. The deceased branches darken and gradually fade, moving on to rebirth, while the living ones grow and spread. My branch probably turned green again, and my cousin decided to finish what he started. What an intriguing artifact. I wanted one. And how are these made? I asked. Are they crafted, or are they divine gifts granted when a clan is founded? Teimei froze, stunned by the simplicity of my question. I'll ask my goddess, she finally replied after half a minute. And I must acknowledge a double life debt. The price you named is too low. You may always count on my help, and when I become the head of the Inari clan, she added with a bloodthirsty smile, you'll have the clan's support as well. Agreed, I said, nodding. But, for now, let's celebrate surviving that murderous exhibition. Ladies, you were spectacular. The evening was a resounding success. We feasted, drank champagne, and laughed a great deal. Only fresh raspberries could coax me Meow off my shoulder, and after she ate them, she retook her perch like a tiny, bloodthirsty demon. We even danced to the gramophone, Tilda and I swaying together, while Teimei observed with interest, but didn't join, explaining that unless she was conjuring an illusion, the only dance she was versed in was the Jutta Mai. Toward the end of the evening, I decided to demonstrate Muscadine's gift by altering the strength of various drinks on the fly. The women were thoroughly impressed, especially Tilda. We parted well past midnight. The ladies staggered off, supporting each other, while I retreated to my study and summoned Arseny. "Congratulations, sir," my loyal servant said with a smile. "The whole city is buzzing about you. Your improvisation was a triumph." "Thank you, Arseny, but only the polite half of the city buzzes. I need a connection to the less polite half, specifically Nikolai Vorobei." For the first time in memory, Arseny took a long pause to think. "Your grandfather dealt with him personally. All I know is that he furnished us with several individuals intended for sacrifice." "Good to know. Arseny, do we have an unmarked carriage?" "Of course, sir. It's used for errands and grocery runs." "Bring it to the back entrance. I need to step out." After changing into semi-military attire, I decided to visit Madame Juju. Who better than the owner of a brothel to link me to the city's shadowy underworld? I arrived at her establishment near 2 in the morning, but was admitted without delay. "You..." She hesitated, appraising my new persona with an intrigued glance. "The outfit suits you. You're nothing like your grandfather in appearance, but your demeanor is a perfect match. How can I help the hero and savior of the princess?" I smirked, appreciating how quickly rumors spread. "I need to speak with Nikolai Vorobei." The madam paused, deep in thought. Introducing you won't be a problem.
But he won't do business with you, especially now, with every dog in the alley recognizing you by that ring and earring, Madame Juju remarked dryly. Removing the ring and earring wasn't an option. My arsenal was vast, but most tools required time to activate, and there was always the danger of a random encounter. Where does he usually go? Does he have any personal passions? He's big cat lover, the madam replied after a brief pause. He even runs a small shelter for strays by the Obvodny Canal. He's often there on Sundays. Perfect. Tomorrow we'll go find a friend or companion for my meow. The madam didn't seem to understand, but wrote down the shelter's address. In return, I handed her a generous stack of cash. Meow was ecstatic when I explained where we were going and why. I did, however, have to caution her about the animals' troubled pasts and the possibility that they might not be friendly. And they don't speak like we do. I tried to clarify the difference between a sentient being and a domestic pet. That's because you don't know how to meow properly or use your eyes to communicate. I'll have no trouble understanding them, Meow declared confidently. The fluffy troublemaker scurried from one shoulder to the other, sticking her head out the carriage window and mentally commenting on everything she saw. The unmarked carriage pulled up to a nondescript alley littered with old newspapers and trash. The air smelled faintly of wood and fire, but there were no rats in sight. "Master, we've had street urchins tailing us for about 2 blocks now," my driver informed me via the blood link. "That's fine. We're here with good intentions. If they make a move, call for help." The carriage stopped in front of a rusty metal door leading to a courtyard. My swarm of mosquitoes had already scouted the area, bringing back blood samples from 5 men. Another dozen loitered in nearby buildings, peering out at us through grimy, cracked windows. I stepped out with Meow, who tucked herself under my coat, leaving only her curious whiskers visible. After knocking politely on the door a few times, we entered. The courtyard had been repurposed into spacious enclosures where cats played and fed at ease. A few pens housed dogs, but cats were the majority residents here. "Come on out, my little queen," I called to Meow, allowing her to roam free. "Choose someone you'll be comfortable with and willing to obey." Meow emerged from under my coat, sauntering regally toward the enclosures. Her bold meow echoed between the walls. The cats stopped their antics and turned their attention to her. One by one they approached the mesh, sniffed her, exchanged a few meows and eye blinks, and moved on. The ritual repeated until Meow stopped and shifted her tone from commanding to pleading. She began coaxing someone to approach the fence, but received no response. The little one dashed back to me, circling my feet anxiously. "She's hurting. Help her. Heal her quickly," Meow urged, nudging me toward a specific pen. I approached and saw, in the corner, a large, spotted cat with one eye crusted with blood, a torn ear, and what seemed to be broken hind legs. The cat gazed at the world with indifference, resigned to her fate. The other cats paraded in front of us, vying for attention, but Meow was insistent about the spotted one. "And how am I supposed to heal her? I'm no healer." "Take her into the family," Hades interjected. "Are you serious? An animal?" My disbelief was palpable. "Sure, why not? She'll make a good nanny for your little one. There's no restriction on animals. They're under our divine patronage as much as plants are, and only afterward do we extend our patronage to humans. You can register her as Mora Procomarina if you like." Besides, she's no ordinary stray. She's a purebred Bengal. A what? The term meant nothing to me. Sounds like a nationality.
"Oh, you country bumpkin," Hades scoffed. "Just take her with you and you'll understand later." I asked the visibly nervous Meow to see if the cat would agree to serve me in exchange for healing. The little one let out a high-pitched squeak, and the injured cat began dragging herself toward the fence. She clawed pitifully at the wooden floorboards with her front paws, pulling her battered body forward in agonizing movements. Inch by inch she approached, hissing in pain, until she was right in front of me. I cut my palm open with my earring, drawing blood. Crimson drops fell onto the cat's infected wounds, absorbing into her flesh without a trace. Repeating the Comorin oath of loyalty, I spoke the words while Meow translated them into feline speech. The Bengal murmured something back, her soft purring interwoven with a lingering echo of pain. "Who did this to you?" I asked. "I was protecting a child from his sadistic father," came her deep feminine reply. "Well, Hades, looks like I can understand animals now?" I was astonished. "Blood ties convert her mental speech into something you can comprehend, and vice versa," Hades explained with a sigh, as though stating the obvious to a slow learner. Focusing on our blood connection, I attempted to diagnose her injuries in broad strokes. I wasn't a healer, much less a veterinarian, but as the head of my family and a blood mage, I could siphon strength from others and channel it into the one in need. If we had a healer in the family, I could have amplified their magic and transferred it into Mora. But we didn't, and that was my failing. Thankfully, we had Jiva. "Jiva, could you heal a cat?" I asked through the blood link. A wave of confusion and disbelief met me. "How? Where's this cat? Where are you?" came her bewildered response. "Doesn't matter.
I'll describe her injuries as best I can. You'll conjure a healing spell, and the blood link will communicate and release it here," I explained my idea. "Just make the spell strong. There'll be mana loss during the transfer."
"Let's try,"
Jiva agreed hesitantly, still unsure if it was possible. I shared her doubts. After all, no one had attempted something like this before. But just because it hadn't been done didn't mean it was impossible. I tried my best to describe all of Mora's injuries in detail, down to the smallest cuts, infections, and fractures. Jiva, like a thorough healer, asked clarifying questions as though she were examining the patient in person. 5 minutes later, she produced an impressively large life magic impulse. It seemed powerful enough to revive a human on sight, though we weren't sure if it would retain enough potency to heal the cat across more than 100 kilometers. The mana coursed through the blood link, losing some of its intensity and focus along the way. I tracked its approach, placing my open palms over Mora's most severe injuries. For half a minute, nothing happened. Then my palms began to grow hot, and a soft white glow emanated from them. The cat twitched, but didn't struggle, enduring the experiment stoically. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed some of the cloaked thugs taking advantage of my distraction and moving to encircle me from behind. Meow leapt into action, hissing menacingly to guard my back. After a minute, Jiva's magic faded, and Mora stood up shakily on her legs. Her eye wound had healed, though it left an unsightly scar. The torn ear hadn't grown back, but the infections and bone fractures were now gone. "Thank you," came a reverent voice from Mora. She tentatively touched my hand with her paw, then nuzzled her head against my palm. Behind me, Meow kept hissing, until I heard a raspy voice cut through the tense silence that had surrounded us. "Who are you, and what did you do to Mora?" Well, at least they hadn't put a knife to my throat. Small relief, that. I rose slowly and turned toward the voice, careful not to make any sudden movements. The speaker was a man of average height, dressed in gray work clothes and a cap pulled low over his forehead. A cigarette dangled from his lips, its rich scent suggesting it wasn't the cheapest brand. Everything about him screamed petty crime boss.
Behind him, 4 burly men in similar attire stood casually with their eyes focused on me, watching me closely. Mimiao climbed up onto my shoulder, her fur bristling as she hissed menacingly at the man. "Gavrila Petrovich Vinogradov, at your service," I replied. "I'd like to adopt Mora here into my family." "And what's a nobleman doing in the slums by the Obvodny Canal?" the shelter's owner asked, squinting slightly. "This lovely little lady brought me here," I replied, stroking Mimiao's scruff. "It seems she's found herself a friend and asked me to bring her home." The cat arched her back and purred languidly, her eyes half closed in bliss as her tail fluffed out behind her. "She's a beauty, all right." The boss's tone softened a fraction. "And she's chosen a good friend. How'd you manage to help her?" "I called in a healer, but he couldn't do much. Said his magic only works on humans." I was surprised. So a healer here wouldn't have helped me anyway? I'd thought, after seeing Sveta's treatments, that nothing was beyond their reach, ergs excluded. "I dabble in life magic," I improvised quickly. "It seems to have been enough to heal her most critical injuries, though, to be honest, I feel like my hands have been scalded with boiling water." That part, at least, was true. My palms burned fiercely, so that even petting the cat was excruciatingly painful. "You're a man of many talents, Gavrila Petrovich," the stranger chuckled.
Winemaking, cat breeding, life magic. "And you are?" I said, trailing off, inviting him to introduce himself. "I'm the one you must have been looking for when you wandered into this backwater." The local boss bared his teeth in a grin that didn't faze me. "You're not easily intimidated, are you?" "Well, everyone and their uncle knows about me after the incident with the princess," I said casually, continuing to stroke Mimiao. "So if there's any trouble, it wouldn't be too hard for me to perform a repeat act. Especially since there are fewer than 20 of you here, not counting the kids. And I wouldn't harm the kids. As you can see, I've got no reason to worry." Nikolai Vorobey looked at me thoughtfully, then glanced at Mimiao and Mora. Somehow the latter had already slipped out of her enclosure and was sitting beside me, watching the thugs around us warily. "Why are all you young people so audacious these days?" he muttered under his breath before continuing louder. "What do you want from me? Forgive me, but a charming cat like that doesn't warrant you visiting this place. Plus, I can see you came well prepared." Ah, now this was a different conversation. I smiled amiably and began. "Quite by accident, just under a week ago, a contract passed through your hands. A hit job on a group of mages, a very lucrative and unique job. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about." Vorobey raised an eyebrow at how much I knew and stubbed out his cigarette. I went on. "The contract was fulfilled, payment was made, but now the hitmen are being taken out one by a death mage." That caught Nikolai's attention. His eyes darted nervously. "Judging by your reaction," I continued, "the contract to eliminate the hitmen didn't go through you. Which means you, as the intermediary, could also become a target in the course of the house cleaning underway." Vorobey inhaled deeply, preparing to object, but I raised a hand to stop him. "Your reputation might protect you, but given the kind of money involved, and there are millions in play, it won't matter. And I haven't even mentioned the risk to your reputation itself." "My reputation is untouchable," Vorobey snarled, his tone growing more aggressive. "You think you can come here and try and bluff me?" "Bluff?" I feigned indignation. "Hardly. It's just that sooner or later, word will get out that the hitmen you hired were taken out. Someone leaked all this to me already, so it stands to reason that smarter people will conclude it's unsafe to work with you. In the end, we circle back to the same outcome. Your elimination. After all, resources that stop being useful get discarded.
Now it seemed Vorobei fully grasped the precariousness of his position. I wasn't threatening him, merely pointing out the facts. The shadow world would have come to the same conclusion soon enough. Reputation is hard-earned, but it can be lost in an instant, too. "You didn't come to save my soul," he observed. "What do you want?" "A name." Nikolai shook his head, lit another cigarette, and dismissed his meatheads with a wave of his hand. He walked over to the cat enclosures, unlocking their nondescript latches to release the animals. Surprisingly, the cats didn't scatter. Instead, they waited patiently while St. Petersburg's shadow kingpin squatted down onto the cobblestones. The fluffy creatures surrounded him, purring, rubbing against him, and offering their backs, ears, and bellies for his affection. He stroked each one, his lips curling into a faint smile, his look distant, as though he were far away from here. I didn't rush him. The fact that he'd sent away his thugs gave me hope. "Cats, Gavrila Petrovich, are smart creatures," he said finally. "They won't pick a losing fight unless it's to protect their young. Isn't that right, Mora?" His gaze lingered affectionately on the patched-up cat, one of the few who hadn't approached him.
Humans, unfortunately, lack such caution. That's to say, you're no match for him, and neither am I. He's on a level where even our Ministry of Defense failed to take him down. Imperial patronage doesn't come cheap. This was at least intriguing. I had assumed the clients were from the upper echelons of the defense bureaucracy, but it seemed there were other interested parties involved. Meanwhile, Vorobei continued, "A mouse and a rat will always find common ground, while birds who fly higher up don't even notice the rodents scurrying beneath them." We understood each other. "May I make a voluntary donation to the shelter?" I asked him. "No need. I can take care of my girls myself," the boss replied, puffing on his next cigarette. "But thank you for taking care of Mora. I'm glad she's found her home and family." "May I say goodbye?" came a shy question through the blood link. "Of course," I replied to Mora, and then added aloud to Vorobei. "About the death mage. I'm trying to save what's left of the squad, and maybe I can deflect some of the questions aimed at you." The cat approached the shelter's owner and purred something softly, nuzzling her head against his side. He gently scratched her behind the ear and let her go. A few minutes later, we left the shelter by the Obvodny Canal. In Count Orlov's office, a flawless young woman materialized from the shadows. Porcelain skin, ash-blonde curls, a high bosom, a narrow waist, and a dress that clung to every curve. Her appearance would make even the most jaded connoisseur of feminine charms, like the Count, feel his pulse quicken and his trousers tighten. Sensing the effect she'd had, the woman smirked and transformed, becoming an unremarkable wallflower no one would notice. "Forgive me, Your Excellency. I didn't have time to change my appearance after the mission." Her lifeless, dull voice bore no trace of her true age. To be fair, the Count didn't know her age, and didn't care to. "What news do you bring?" "Your suspicions were entirely correct. This was a systematic land grab, planned for personal enrichment." "That rat," the minister hissed, his anger rising slowly. "Behind my back, against the will of the Emperor himself." The desk groaned under the blow of Orlov's mighty hands. "I'll destroy him. I'll turn him inside out. I'll have the scum executed." "I wouldn't recommend that," came a completely neutral suggestion from the shadow. "What?" The Count nearly choked on air. "Why not?" "For 10 years, unspeakable things have been happening right under your nose. Counterintelligence won't let that slide. They'll launch an investigation. Do you really want that?" The shadow examined her nails, alternately lengthening and shortening them.
Let the boy handle it. That way the mess stays internal and the youngster gets a taste of blood." Orloff fell silent, digesting the shadow's reasoning. Her suggestion was acceptable for a man of power like him, but the soldier within him resisted fiercely. Deep down, the part of him that still believed in the ideals of honor, loyalty, and camaraderie balked at leaving an 18-year-old boy to face a seasoned schemer who'd deceived the Minister of Defense for a decade. "I can't tell whether this is all your deep hate for the Komarin family, or merely an unusual form of love for your grandson," Orloff said, scrutinizing the shadow's utterly indifferent face. "There's a fine line between love and hate, and the old Baron crossed it," the shadow said with a predatory grin. "He bound me with an oath so harsh that I had to starve, age alongside him, and raise this brat. But judging by what I see, the last of the Komarins might amount to something. That is why I think you should let him resolve the problem you both share." My outing had turned out unexpectedly productive and gave me much to think about.
The level of backroom dealings was so high, I had no business being there. My grandfather hadn't even hinted at such developments. If the mice and rats symbolized family totems, and the high-flying birds referred to the falcon and the eagle, the picture became even grimmer. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, represented by Mishkin, whose family totem was the mouse god, had brazenly involved itself in defense matters and was thriving. Quite clearly, the imperial bureaucracy had become infested with all kinds of rodents. But that was all at the higher echelons of power. I needed to sort things out on a more manageable level. My opponents there were no less formidable. The death mage alone was a nightmare. I wore my protective amulets constantly, but my girls needed similar or better protection. My cadets, too, required safeguarding. I made a mental note to discuss the matter with Arseni and Spider. During the ride home, I overheard Mara and Mimiao's conversation. They talked about their families, powers, and working together. It seemed we'd found an excellent nanny for the kitten. As if sensing my thoughts, Mara asked, "May I occasionally step away for personal matters, leaving the little one in the care of another adult?" I nearly whistled in surprise. What a sense of responsibility! What instincts! "Of course. You're not a servant. You're a full-fledged member of our family. I'd like you to help look after Mimiao, nurture her hunting instincts, and instill discipline, insofar as that's possible," I laughed as the kitten licked my cheek with her raspy tongue. "And monitor her condition. She's a unique being with a power of her own. Using it is dangerous for now. She's too young, and the mana costs are too great. She nearly died of magical exhaustion the last time she used it." Mara nodded thoughtfully, listening to my explanation. "What replenishes her energy? Meat or—" Ye gods, even this cat was sentient. "We're priestesses of the goddess. We've always been more intelligent," the Bengal replied with a touch of self-satisfaction. "So, you're lucky. But you haven't answered my question. Do you know what macros are?" I asked in response. The cat nodded. "Feed her those. Meat might work for a while, but it won't replenish her mana reserves." We rode in silence for some time before I decided to ask, "Now, since I was honest with you, could you be honest with me in turn? Whom is it that you plan on visiting?" Mora hesitated, clearly debating whether to tell me the truth, but her indecision didn't last long. "A boy, 9 years old. He lives in the slums, a bastard of some nobleman for which he's been beaten repeatedly by his cuckolded father. His mother died at the end of summer from the abuse, and now the scoundrel's violence has gone unchecked. The last time I tried to intervene, it didn't go well. The difference in strength was too great." "When was this?" "Just under a week ago." "Show me where they live."
Mora sent me the image through our blood link, a filthy shack in the workers' quarter at the edge of the Sparrow Gang's territory near the shipyards. I shared the image with the coachman, asking if he could find the place. He said no, but we decided to start at the shipyards and let Mora guide us from there. Sunday in the workers' quarter was a time of drunken revelry. Laborers, soused on cheap beer, roamed the streets, harassing everyone in sight, celebrating their only day off. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, booze, and stale tobacco. In the seedy taverns, women of questionable virtue flaunted their dubious charms. I sent the mosquitoes to search for children, specifying the age, gender, and possible injuries we were looking for. Mora, still unsteady on her feet, looked around, trying to recognize any familiar landmarks.
She sneezed repeatedly, overwhelmed by the tobacco smoke, as she attempted to catch the trail. For 15 minutes we pushed through the narrow streets, squeezing past gawkers, petty thieves, and idlers. The coachman cursed endlessly, having to maneuver carefully to avoid running anyone over. The crooked alleys grew quieter the closer we got to the outskirts. My mosquitoes brought grim news. There were at least 24 boys in the area who matched the description, half of whom had been beaten. 3 of them were in the direction we were heading, and 1 was being beaten at that very moment. Even if it wasn't the boy we were looking for, I couldn't just pass by. Mora tried to call me in a different direction as I leapt from the carriage, dashed into a filthy alley, and burst into a nearby house. The flimsy door, hanging from a single hinge, offered no resistance. From deeper inside, I heard the drunken roars of a brute beating a child, who no longer screamed, only whimpered.
"You little bastard! Talking back again, huh? I'll kill you, just like your whore of a mother,"
bellowed a bloated pig of a man in a greasy undershirt and torn trousers. Spittle flew as he yelled, and the heavy belt with its officer's buckle whistled down again and again on a thin blond boy. The child, curled up in a corner, tried to shield his head with his arms, crying softly in a single pitiful note. Without a moment's hesitation, I swung a stool at the brute's head before the belt could fall again. The overwhelming urge to beat him senseless surged within me, and I barely managed to restrain myself. Instead, I knelt in front of the boy to assess his injuries. That was a mistake. Seeing the lacerated arms, broken, swollen fingers, and dried blood in his straw blonde hair sent a wave of rage coursing through me. I was on the verge of losing control when Mora's voice broke through the bloody haze.
"It's him. He's mine. We made it. He's safe."
The cat hobbled toward the boy, swaying slightly, meowing softly. The boy went silent when he saw her. Then tears welled up in his eyes, and he began to cry quietly. He gently stroked Mora and kissed her fur. Through his sobs, I heard him whisper, "I was scared. I thought you were dead. I looked for you. 2 days. I was so hungry, so I came back home." And then he began hitting me again. "But you came back for me. You survived. You didn't forget me." Tears streamed down his face, carving clean paths through the grime. Carefully, I tried to wipe the blood from his face with a handkerchief, and froze. Looking up at me were pale, icy blue eyes that were eerily familiar. The blood crusted on his skin revealed a faint, nearly imperceptible sprout of healing magic in his aura. Sitting before me, smearing tears and blood across his face, was an illegitimate child of the Hawthorne family. Chapter 21. I understood that if you combed through the slums carefully enough, you could find members of every noble family. But to see their totem traits emerge, that was something else entirely. The boy probably had some kind of gift. How else could he have survived such severe beatings? It seemed he had unconsciously been healing himself. I stared at the brute, unable to leave things as they were. This scum had killed his wife and tormented her child. He'd even managed to maim the pet cat. But first, I needed to get the boy out of here. It was too early for him to see how a sadist soon becomes the victim. Lifting the boy in my arms, along with Mora, I noted how light he was. His torn clothes couldn't hide the bruises and scrapes, and I even noticed round scars on him that looked like cigarette burns. Rage simmered beneath my skin. The boy, curled up like a frightened animal, stared at me with wide, wary eyes. "Don't be afraid. No one will hurt you again. You and Mora, and another little furry friend, will wait for me in my carriage. I'll come back soon and take you to a beautiful house with plenty of food, where no one will ever harm you." He nodded silently, clutching the cat tighter. "What are you going to do, sir?" Mora asked. "Have a heart-to-heart with that pig there," I growled mentally, opening the carriage door and placing the boy inside. "Watch over him. I won't be long," I instructed the coachman, who nodded silently. Then I headed back for my conversation. I'm not a fan of torture, but experience has shown that you can learn much more with kind words and torture than with kind words alone. Not liking torture and not knowing how to do it are entirely different things. And right now, my sense of humanity was on an indefinite leave of absence. I returned to the house and, while the brute was still unconscious, used my own blood to draw a very special rune on the back of his neck. Healers used it to immobilize patients during amputations. For this father, I made a small adjustment. He wouldn't be able to move anything below his neck, but he'd feel everything perfectly. I didn't bother with formalities like tying him to a chair. The floor was more fitting for a creature like him. The first slap brought him to consciousness. The second made him curse.
"What the? Who the hell are you?"
His bloodshot eyes widened as anger and fear fought for dominance within him.
"Do you even know who you're messing with?"
And who might that be? My grin was toothy enough to unnerve the condemned, but it didn't faze him. A pity. A murderer? A sadist? An animal abuser? A bastard? I twirled a thin needle from my earring before his eyes, ensuring he caught sight of the family ring on my hand. "The fact that you're an aristocrat doesn't give you the right to assault a servant of another house," he stammered, switching to a more formal tone upon noticing my signet ring. "What do you want? You barged into my home, abducted my son, and now you're laying hands on me?" "Servant, you say? Let's see about that." I pricked his relatively clean cheek with the needle, drawing a bead of blood. The droplets soaked into my fingers, replaying the last half hour of his life in my mind. Beyond the child's beating, there was something else. The brute had been searching the house frantically, tearing through cabinets, drawers, and under the bed, even rummaging through the grain sacks. Then the boy had walked through the door, and the man immediately attacked him with fists and shouts.
"Where's the money? I'm asking you, where is it? Where did that bitch hide it?"
Then came more blows.
"You'll pay for everything, you little bastard."
The questions gave way to more blows. The boy tried to protest that he didn't know anything, but it did no good. Snapping back to the present, I picked up the man's belt, wrapping one end around my fist. The first strike made him squeal, a sound so high-pitched he truly sounded like a pig. "What were you looking for before you started beating the boy?" My voice was calm, though the fury within me seethed dangerously close to the surface. I don't know what you mean. Please stop," the coward whined, unused to being on the receiving end.
Liar! The next blow landed squarely on his backside.
I wasn't looking for anything. Please stop,
wailed the sadist. More strikes reduced him to tears and ragged panting. Finally he broke, and his words spilled out in a desperate torrent.
She was a maid to some young aristocrat when her lordling took her. They offered me good money to marry her and look after the brat, and I agreed, fool that I was. She was a fine girl and had the tits and ass to match. I thought she'd be grateful that I covered her shame, but she avoided me like I was diseased. And I'm no saint. I needed a woman. I put up with her until she had the brat, but after that I stopped tolerating it. I took what I wanted, and I paid her back for avoiding me.
At the recollection, his voice even grew husky with lecherous excitement, causing a wave of nausea in me.
She'd sneak out every month and come back with money. Must have been running to spread her legs for that aristocrat again. But then I overdid it once, and she died. And now? Now where's the money? Where do I get it? I beat the boy to find out where to go, who to ask for the payments.
A thin, trembling voice piped up behind me.
He's lying.
I turned to see the boy staring at his stepfather with an expression so cold it froze the blood in my veins.
He raped and beat my mother,
the boy said, his voice steady despite the horrors he recounted.
She tried to get protection, but it didn't work. The money she brought home came from the bank, given to her when she showed a ring and passed a blood verification.
He decided to kill me when he realized he wouldn't get any more money.
You're lying, you little bastard. That's not how it happened. Not at all, the brute shrieked, his voice dripping with hatred as he glared at the boy. Ignoring the outburst, the boy disappeared deeper into the house and returned with a small wooden box, no larger than his tiny fist. On his finger, I noticed a child-sized silver ring adorned with the hawthorn emblem. You little bastard! I should have strangled you in the cradle, bellowed the stepfather, thrashing as the boy approached him with a stony expression. The boy's small hand reached out, gently resting on the brute's forehead, as if offering a final moment of forgiveness. Mother said one day I'd be able to save people from monsters like you, the boy whispered. She said life and death are always in balance within me. For her, I always gave life. I couldn't save her, but for you. From his palm, a tiny green orb emerged, sinking into the man's forehead. The brute gasped, his body convulsing as his eyes filled with blood. His face twisted in a grotesque spasm, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Within seconds, he fell silent. I had deliberately chosen not to intervene. The boy needed to face his fear, to exact justice for the years of pain, humiliation, and the loss of his mother. And he had done it. At just 9 years old, he hadn't broken down. A small, trembling voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Am I bad now? Will they arrest me? I looked at the child, a boy who had just vanquished his worst nightmare, yet was now once again just a child. The adaptability of a young mind is truly remarkable. It was time to leave this place, but first I knelt before him. What's your name? I asked, leveling with him. Andre. And mine? I hesitated, unsure which name to use. I have two. At home, I'm Mikhail Yudovich, but here, I'm Gavrila Petrovich. Like a spy? The boy's eyes lit up.
A real one? Almost, I said with a smile, relieved to see a spark of emotion return to his face. Remember, you're not bad or good. You are you, I explained. You avenged yourself and your mother. That was the right thing to do. You had every reason. The boy had faced too much. His first kill, his first conscious use of power.
If I coddled him now, if I showed weakness, he might break. So I spoke to him as an equal. There would be time for grieving later. Your power is meant for healing and saving people, I continued. But if someone comes into your home and tries to hurt you or your family, you can use your gift to defend yourself, just like today. And that will be right. Not bad, not good, just right. Do you understand? The boy nodded hesitantly. Protecting the weak is right, like Mora protected me, he said, placing his small, ringed hand trustingly in mine. Together, without looking back, we left behind the horrors of his past. I ordered my mosquitoes to drain the corpse completely while the opportunity remained. Their gratitude filtered back to me through the blood link. We climbed into the carriage in silence. The coachman's eyes widened like saucers at the sight of us. Mora lowered her head, crawling into the boy's lap. "Forgive me. I disobeyed your orders," came the Bengal's repentant voice. "But he needed this, desperately." "I'm not angry," I admitted, recognizing the truth of her words. "But warn me next time. Did you distract the coachman too?" The cat nodded meekly. I accepted the coachman's apologies while silently acknowledging that Andre, Mora, and Meow would likely be the cause of many future headaches. On the way home, I contacted Arseny through the blood link, asking him to prepare a room and clothes for our new guest. I also requested a meeting with Count Boris Sergeyevich Hawthorne, chief physician to the imperial family and Sveta's father.
Lastly, I made a note to speak with Teme. Her gift for illusions might help shield Andre from the nightmares I was certain would come. When life itself is a nightmare, it's hard to separate dreams from reality. The meeting was scheduled for early morning, and when I arrived, Boris Sergeyevich greeted me personally. Tall, lean, with blonde hair and gray eyes, he radiated composure and seriousness. "Please, follow me, Gavrila Petrovich. Since I've pulled you out of your bed at such an ungodly hour, we should have some green tea to perk us up." "If you don't mind, I'd prefer coffee," I replied. As a healer, I must point out that coffee is less healthy than tea and provides a weaker, energizing effect, my host said with a smile. "Professional bias, you understand. Life itself is unhealthy as it is. One way or another, it ends up killing you," I quipped. "I prefer to live with enjoyment." With this light banter, we made our way to the greenhouse. Rows of medicinal plants and exotic flowers grew alongside ordinary trees and small fountains. Hidden in the depths of the greenhouse, behind a strange vine with purple leaves, was a secluded gazebo with a pair of chairs and a tea table. As soon as we sat down, a servant appeared with a tray bearing our chosen drinks, along with a selection of pastries, chocolates, and crepes with various fillings. "I must once again apologize for arranging such an early meeting," said Boris Sergeyevich Hawthorne in a measured tone. "But my schedule isn't entirely my own, and I cannot always adjust it to my liking." It was understandable. Being the guardian of the Emperor's health could not be an easy task. We sipped our morning drinks, easing into a leisurely discussion of current events, including the condition of Akira Inari. "The Lord is still in the magical coma," Boris Sergeyevich said with a resigned shrug. "The Japanese imperial family is demanding that the culprits be punished, or at the very least, that the heir of one of their most influential clans be returned. And let me guess, they want the Kuril Islands as a parting gift?" I smirked at the audacity of the Japanese demands. "Gavrila Petrovich," Boris Sergeyevich's voice shifted to one of professional curiosity. "Since we're having this private conversation, tell me, what exactly did you do to him? Maria and Andrei have forbidden me from disturbing you, but I need some way to bring him back to consciousness." I didn't do anything, I deflected quickly, quelling any suspicions of supernatural factors. When the vines attempted to breach his shield, they released a toxin from their systems. In other words, Akira Inari is currently suffering from the very poison he intended for his victim. Boris Sergeyevich's expression darkened, his demeanor suddenly serious. Why didn't you ask for help? You should be dead. The concentration, the dosage. His gray eyes scrutinized me, noting my generally healthy appearance, save for a slight tiredness. I simply don't understand. I've already explained this to their highnesses, but I will tell you too. I was wearing a divine artifact. It burned away the toxin, returning it all to Akira, I said, carefully setting aside my empty cup. It was time to broach the topic I had come for. Boris Sergeyevich, while Akira Inari's fate is undoubtedly intriguing, I requested this meeting for a personal matter. The healer visibly relaxed, a fatherly smile spreading across his face. Of course, Gavrila Petrovich. My daughter warned me about this, but I didn't expect her suitor to be such a notable figure. It was a good thing I had already finished my coffee, otherwise I would have sputtered it all over the tea table.
So Svetlana not only had her eye on me, but had already dropped hints about it to her father? I had considered settling down eventually, and having a healer in the family would certainly be advantageous, but to have it all handed to me on a silver platter like this? That was unexpected indeed. Boris Sergeyevich, Svetlana would be an invaluable addition to any family, I began, testing the waters. But we wouldn't want to rush things, so I now formally request your permission to court her. I see this union not as a political alliance, but as a personal bond. I wouldn't want her to regret any hasty decisions. Did I just see a flicker of respect in Count Hawthorne's gaze? You know, Gavrila Petrovich, I'm glad we see eye to eye on this. Svetlana, he hesitated, searching for the right words. She's strong-willed, I won't deny it, but I want her to be happy in her marriage. I couldn't agree more, I replied sincerely. It would be a shame to squander such a rare individual by forcing her into an unhappy union. My eyes lingered on the ring on the healer's hand. Made of adamantine like mine, it would have been plain if not for the intricate emerald carving of their family's patron deity. Does my status trouble you? Hawthorne asked directly, catching my glance. Not at all. If anything, it's my status that should trouble you. Happiness doesn't depend on status, Gavrila Petrovich. Believe me, I know. Boris Sergeyevich sighed. I love my children more than life itself, but I couldn't give them a warm family environment. When my wife passed, he trailed off, lost in thought. Something didn't quite add up. Boris Sergeyevich was clearly a devoted father, willing to prioritize his daughter's happiness over political gain. It seemed unthinkable that he would abandon a son or grandson to the slums. The family's signet ring only deepened the mystery. It wasn't given to just anyone. Boris Sergeyevich, I ventured cautiously. Forgive my boldness, but why doesn't Svetlana wear a ring signifying her lineage? Why should she? He replied with a smile, eager to share their family traditions. In our line of work, it's a sign of magical immaturity, a symbol of childhood, so to speak. We have silver rings for those of the main family line with healing powers, and copper ones for the cadet branches. All are worn until the first initiation, usually around 12 years old. Svetlana, of course, was ahead of the curve, showing her gift at just 10. After initiation, the ring becomes optional, appearing or disappearing at the wearer's will. I mentally whistled, estimating the strength of the boy I'd taken in, who at his young age was already showing his powers. Perhaps his initiation had occurred spontaneously, under stress.
Then again, Svetlana herself was no weakling. Then how do you explain missing a mage in your family who completed initiation at 9 years old? I asked bluntly. I expected embarrassment, or at least indignation, but Boris Sergeyevich only laughed. Impossible, Gavrila Petrovich. The main family line currently has just 3 members, myself, my 24-year-old son Slava, and Svetlana, who just turned 18 last year. I can guarantee I didn't father another child elsewhere, and my son certainly wouldn't have made me a grandfather at... He calculated, adding pregnancy to the boy's age. Under 14 years old, don't you think? He was smiling, but I found nothing amusing. I wasn't opposed to taking the boy into my family, but once the truth came out, I didn't need additional complications with my future father-in-law. Time to play dumb. Boris Sergeyevich, you're probably right, I said, feigning nonchalance. How many silver rings should there be in your treasury? 5, he replied with a paternal smile. Then how do you explain this? I asked, placing a small wooden box on the table.
Inside was the child's ring that Andrei had given me only 2 hours earlier. Chapter 22. For the first time during our conversation, Count Hawthorne betrayed a reaction. His trembling hands lifted the small box, his gaze locked on the ring inside. A thin stream of greenish light connected the ring to him, a phenomenon I had seen before when Svetlana and Andrei used their hereditary healing powers. Incredible! The ring is genuine, Boris Sergeyevich murmured, dazed as he returned the ring to the box. His face hardened, his features sharpening. His storm-gray eyes glinted with a cold fury. Would you care to explain yourself, Gavrila Petrovich? Calm down, I snapped, cutting through his rising anger. The cordial air reigning in the room previously had gone in a flash. I'm here to determine whether you're even fit to take custody of the child. How dare you? The porcelain teacup in the Count's hands shattered with a pitiful crack. He's part of our family. He doesn't belong in some backwater house with an upstart lordling who lacks connections, money, and proper tutors. Had I been 18, I might have snapped, lashed out, or even started a fight. But instead, I simply smirked at the incensed patriarch and took a bite of a crepe topped with red caviar. I dare, I said calmly. Since when is a princely house with assets exceeding 100 million in gold considered a backwater? It was a bluff, of course. I had no real connection to the Vinogradovs, but a good bluff is worth more than its weight in gold. As for custody of the boy, we do have an emperor with a rather compelling gift. I fear once the evidence is presented, the trial would not end well for you. Not due to any crime, of course, but the overwhelming guilt you'd feel. I wiped my fingers with my napkin, having first dipped them in a bowl with rose water. And you are sure to feel this guilt once you see the following. From the inside pocket of my jacket, I pulled out a small macro and placed it on the table. Unlike the red macros used to nurture Meow, this one was black, likely due to the emotions I had poured into it while recording my memories. That's an unusual macro. Where did you get it? Count Hawthorne eyed the dark macro warily. Trust me, you're better off not knowing, I chuckled, recalling the grim process of its creation. How does it work? Like any other macro, though this one is quite weak and contains only memories. Memories? Is that even possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. It's a family secret, I said with a sly wink. Go on, don't be shy. Hesitantly, he clasped the macro in his hand. His expression went blank as he absorbed its contents. 5 minutes later, Boris Sergeyevich stared at me with wild eyes, frozen like a statue.
I poured a generous measure of cognac from the crystal decanter served with our coffee, offering it to my prospective father-in-law. "Drink this. It'll help." Wordlessly, he downed the glass without flinching. A second quickly followed, eliciting only a small cough. Healer or not, there's no cure for a man's nerves like a stiff drink. "It's not every day you find out you've become a grandfather," he said softly. His face cycled through a kaleidoscope of emotions: disbelief, joy, sorrow, shame, and even revulsion. Guilt was certainly among them. I shrugged indifferently, suggesting that stranger things have happened. "Forgive me," he said, struggling to process the revelations. "I'm trying to understand how this happened. Did my son know? Or was it my late wife's doing? At the time, I was accompanying the emperor during yet another border skirmish with the Japanese. I wasn't seeing to household matters. Slava left for the cadet corps at 14. My wife insisted. Less than a year later, she was gone. Svetlana went to her grandmother. I never reviewed my wife's accounts. I knew she supported the poor and sick through her foundation. Donations flowed regularly in her memory. I drowned my grief in work, avoiding the empty house. If a girl sought help then, no one would have been able to provide it. I didn't know. None of us knew. I studied the stunned man and, despite everything, believed him. My belief wasn't blind. My mosquito scouts had already brought me a taste of his blood. Sharing in his memories, I saw the truth. Hawthorne had left family responsibilities to his wife, missing not only his children's upbringing, but also the birth of his grandson. His wife, however, had been decisive, arranging a marriage for the girl, giving the grandson a ring, and sending their son to the cadet corps to instill discipline. Yet she hadn't foreseen her own death. "Your story is tragic, but it doesn't change Andrei's current situation," I said, steering the conversation back to my purpose. "In my opinion, he needs psychological support, education, and medical care. For now, I recommend focusing on building trust and forging a connection with him before taking him in." Hawthorne nodded slowly, agreeing. "You're right. I can only imagine what he thinks of our family now," he said, clutching his head. "May I at least meet him and provide treatment? From what I saw in the memories, he needs help. That's precisely why I am here today." Boris Sergeyevich made a few calls on his commulet. One of them surprised me. It wasn't every day a healer defied the emperor's schedule. "Peter, I need a day off for urgent family matters," Hawthorne said, his voice almost pleading. "Have you lost your mind, Boris? A day off, with half an hour until the meeting with those mongrels? I'm not sitting down at the table with the Nipponites without your presence. Can't you reschedule?" "I can't. I've become a grandfather," Hawthorne interrupted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "What? Was it Slava or Svetlana?" "No, Svetlana wouldn't. Masha would have known. Slava just left for his posting. How?" "Young love, I suppose." "Congratulations, Boris, but the Nipponites won't care. My grandson has multiple injuries, fractures, burns, and more. I'm taking the day off, Peter, and the Nipponites can shove Mount Fuji where the sun doesn't rise. We'll deal with them later." There was silence on the line for a moment. "Fine. Let the Nipponites meditate for a bit. Go tend to your grandson. You can explain it to me later." This is how one discovers the human side of royalty. Both Princess Maria and Prince Andrei, as well as the Emperor Peter Alexeyevich himself, had the capacity for friendship outside the throne room, even if they often struggled to balance personal and state matters. During the ride to my estate, Hawthorne couldn't sit still. He peppered me with questions about his grandson, but abruptly fell silent, his brows furrowing deeply.
"It doesn't add up," he muttered. I waited quietly, letting him work through his thoughts. "It doesn't make sense at all," he added, as if for emphasis. "Gavrila Petrovitch," he finally said, fixing me with a sharp, frosty gaze, "you could have taken a uniquely gifted healer into your family, potentially even stronger than me, yet you came to me and told me everything. Why?" I shrugged non-committally. Sometimes silence is golden. "We'd also like to know what's behind this sudden generosity," chimed in Muscadine and Ades in unison. "Why don't you argue it out among yourselves?" I teased the gods. "It'll be 10 years before the boy grows up and masters his abilities, yet if I present him to Hawthorne now, I can benefit from his family's resources right away. And let's not forget, I plan to bring Svetlana into my family eventually." No answer followed. Perhaps they'd have left if I'd told them the truth, or failed to understand entirely. Svetlana, though willful, had grown up kind and selfless. She healed me without hesitation, and even tried to assist me during my interrogation.
Someone like her could only have been raised with love and care, not in a tyrannical household. There had to be a good reason for the boy's abandonment, and yet they'd still given him the family ring. It all felt too complex to judge too hastily. It seemed most likely that the boy had simply been lost. That was what I was thinking on my way to meet Hawthorne that morning, and it turned out to be close to the truth. Lost in my reflections, I didn't say anything, and it fell to Hawthorne to break the silence again. "I don't understand. Are you truly so indifferent to power, status, and wealth? You could have demanded anything from me in exchange for the boy." "You have all those things," I replied simply. "Did they help save your wife?" Hawthorne grimaced painedly and averted his gaze. The conversation ended there. I turned to watch the city blocks flash by. The blow to his pride had been necessary, though I sympathized with him. I too had once possessed power and resources, yet I hadn't been able to save someone close to me. I had learned from it. Apparently, Boris Sergeyevich had not. Agatha ran through the forest, barely touching the ground. The sheer joy of feeling strength surging within her, of feeling young and light, alive, was intoxicating. 25 years. Great tick! She had waited a quarter-century for this moment. She had been one of the most powerful blood mages in her land, only to fall because of her feelings. She clicked her fangs in irritation. It was one thing to voluntarily grow old alongside the man she loved, experiencing a life of quiet adventures and intimacy. She'd done that before, taking an indefinite leave from service, changing her appearance and living as an ordinary woman. It was entirely another thing to be bound by a blood oath, shackled on a short leash that tightened at every step. It was suffocating, far worse than any physical torment. The Baron, it seemed, had known something she hadn't foreseen. He had subjugated her, binding her to his family like some familiar. Blood almighty! She would have preferred being raped, beaten, or tortured to the bondage he forced on her. Anything but the endless days of existing without independence, without freedom. He had made her a puppet with a caged soul, forced to teach, care for, and protect his progeny until death. She had loved the Baron madly, but she had come to hate him just as fiercely in the end. When the soul of the last Komarin passed, the leash slackened. One by one, the seals that subjugated her faded away, freeing her abilities, her thirst, and her vengeance. The rest was a blur of blood-soaked exhilaration, a kingdom of carnage in which she reigned like a bloody queen. Memories pierced through the haze, the resurrection of the youngest Komarin, the ring, the sparring, even the explosion. May the great Tick bless the inventors of instant teleportation scrolls. Without them, she'd have been nothing more than mincemeat beneath the ruins of Marevo. It wouldn't have killed her, oh no, but recovering her physical form would have taken eons. For a month she indulged in every reckless whim, visiting her sisters to dispel the seals that remained on her. She had succeeded in removing all but one, the blood seal. Though the soul of the last Komarin was gone, the body remained alive. Her ultimate freedom required either the boy's physical death or, less likely, a voluntary release from the family. If only the old Baron had been wiser, like he was in the early years of their acquaintance. Had he not betrayed her, she might have revealed the identity of the one orchestrating their family's downfall. Instead, he had made his choice, and his betrayal had bred further betrayal. She laughed bitterly at the irony. She knew who was behind it all, but she would never tell. The sooner the Komarin line was extinguished completely, the sooner she would be free. Tilda greeted us at our manor. This time, she had chosen a formal look, a white pantsuit that accentuated her violet hair and amethyst eyes, as well as her figure. The erg played the role of hostess like a virtuoso, serving tea, coffee, and a light breakfast, while keeping the conversation light and engaging. Count Hawthorne was impressed. His expression showed not lust, but genuine admiration for what he saw as a work of art. If only he'd witnessed her first appearance at the Vidrin estate, that had been truly jaw-dropping. We weren't allowed to see Andre immediately, as Teme was still treating him. "May I join you?" Hawthorne asked softly. "He's my grandson, after all, and I have more experience as a healer." "And he hates your entire family," Tilda replied with a sweet smile. "Are you sure your presence won't undo 3 hours of work by another therapist?" He had no reply to that. The fear of doing more harm than good won out over familial instincts. Tilda stayed to keep Count Hawthorne company while I left to attend to family matters. I instructed Arseny to commission modern amulets for protection against death mages. In light of recent events, I also contacted Elena to verify that I hadn't fathered any other Komarin heirs. Her reaction was not what I expected. "Your Grace, it's been some 20 years since anything like this happened, ever since that incident involving your father. But even then, the child was stillborn. Since that time, all young women have been given a special reagent to avoid accidents. But if you want this, well, do you realize how long the line of willing participants would be?" I matched up the dates and was taken aback.
So what does this mean? Mikhail's father had fathered a bastard while already officially married? Sure, no one would bat an eye at polygamy here, but still, Mikhail's grandfather had married as a widower, and his father and uncles each had only one wife. It seemed everything, as always, came down to personal choice. I hadn't yet decided which path I'd take. The practical approach would be to form several unions to build alliances and expand my spheres of influence, ideally in the areas of medicine, trade, banking, and transportation. After studying my grandfather's records, I was confident I could financially support as many as 5 wives. But emotionally, each wife came with a mother-in-law attached. That alone was enough to give me pause. At least they wouldn't be dropping by unannounced, thanks to Marevo being unrestricted territory.
That, at least, was one small mercy. Lost in thought, I didn't realize I'd reached Teime's room. The door swung open silently, and I peeked inside. The young woman was sitting cross-legged on a plush light rug not far from the fireplace where we'd had the bridal shower just a couple of weeks earlier. She was gently stroking Andre's golden curls as he slept soundly in her lap. My two fluffy companions, Mora and Mimiao, were curled up around the boy. The scene was so tender and domestic that it felt utterly out of place in the chaos of the past month. Teime was quietly singing in her native language, and I noticed a smoky tapestry of dreams emanating from her fingers, swaddling the child in their illusion. Andre smiled in his sleep, a bright, joyful expression on his face. I didn't know what dreams Teime was spinning for him, but they were clearly the happiest ones he'd known in his bleak life. As she sang, I melted into her voice, which rippled like forest bird song. It carried me far away to the Nieva River embankment, where a little boy walked hand in hand with a young, beautiful woman.
He was eating ice cream, his laughter ringing pure and bright. The river sparkled with countless reflections. A gentle breeze brought coolness to its shores, refreshing the small, happy family in its stroll. Watching them filled me with peace and tranquility, a feeling of serenity that shattered into 1,000 shards when, through the blood link, the Mosquito School's perimeter defense system sent me an alert. A moment later, Spider's voice came in through the blood link. "Baron, the Death Mage is here." Chapter 23. I immediately took off, sprinting back to Hawthorne's room. If there was anyone who knew how to handle a death mage, it would have to be the Imperial healer. Bursting into the room, I hit him with 2 questions right off the bat. "Boris Sergeyevich, how do we fight death mages?" I unbuttoned my shirt to reveal the chain holding 3 oak talismans. "And how much time will this artifact's protection buy us?" Count Hawthorne gave me a condescending smile and, unfortunately, a response I didn't want to hear. "Gavrila Petrovich, all death mages are registered. Each has a unique mana signature. If one of them starts a clan war, it'll be their death sentence." If I wanted a lecture, I would have asked for one. I barked at the healer, unable to contain my frustration. "My people are in danger. How much time do they have?" At last, it seemed the gravity of the situation dawned on him. "That combination should withstand either 1 area of effect spell, 3 group spells, or 9 individually targeted attacks," he explained hesitantly. "What do you mean by area of effect and group spells?" I pressed, unsure what these terms entailed in this plane. "An area of effect, or AOE spell, covers 2 soccer fields and about 1 soccer field for the latter." "May Hades and the blood spirits save us," I muttered in horror. "What's the cooldown period between those spells?" 10 minutes, he stammered, blushing as his gaze fell on Tilda, who had started removing her clothing with mechanical precision. 3 of those minutes are already gone." I snapped my fingers in front of his face to pull him out of his daze. "Weapons? What works against them?" "Anything can kill them, but they usually strike from a distance while staying out of sight." Finally, some good news. I pulled out the portal scrolls from my inner pocket. My people wouldn't be left defenseless, not while my heart still beat. "I'm going with you," Tilda and Hawthorne said at once. "What?" Tilda bristled, her eyes flashing with defiance. "I missed the orgy. I'm not missing the fight." As my friend's skin shimmered with camouflage scales, the healer couldn't take his eyes off her. "I can identify the mage's signature and treat the injured, but only a life mage can bring someone back from the dead," Hawthorne explained. "We've got one," I murmured, handing out the transfer scrolls to my allies. "We just need to make it in time." Thank 80s, the scrolls worked flawlessly this time. 2 transfers later, we'd lost more precious minutes, but we arrived at Little Quagmire. Damn it all! Of the litany of curses I uttered as we arrived, this was the only printable phrase. Up to 300 civilians could be caught in this crossfire, and I hadn't even considered them. Damn it! I'd gotten too used to living alone, out on the edge of nowhere, all by my great and terrible self. But here things were different. Wait, the edge? Of course. Spider, tell me we've got boats, rafts, anything, and that you've started evacuating the civilians to the open waters of Lake Ladoga. I prayed silently to 80s and the Blood Spirit, awaiting the answer. Yes, Your Grace, came the reply from the commander of my Bloodbound. We've set up a temporary base on Valam. Little Quagmire is being evacuated and cadets are being transported here. Portal scrolls don't work on school grounds, though, he added, his voice tinged with apology. Still, we've used most of our scroll reserves, almost 350 souls. I exhaled in relief. Better to pay with gold than with lives. Where was the mage spotted? How much time do we have? He's coming from Lochdenpokya, following the same route that Marcus's defectors took. Estimated time until he is in position to attack is 30 minutes.
Hawthorne shifted nervously from foot to foot, confused as to why we'd suddenly stopped in the middle of the forest near an unfamiliar village despite my urgency. "How did you manage to detect the death mage?" I pressed for details. "Our men out in the field were attacked with a death vortex 3 times, but couldn't figure out where the attack came from. They had to use portal scrolls to retreat back to the school." That was the right decision. I didn't have enough clan members to waste on suicidal heroics. A tactical retreat in order to regroup was the smartest move, especially since it would be easier for me to defend everyone in one place. I had an idea, but first I needed to get everyone else to safety. "Gavrila Petrovich, what are we waiting for? Time is running out," Count Hawthorne interjected, drawing my attention. "I'm receiving situational updates," I replied, while continuing my Bloodlink conversation with Spider. "When will the cadets arrive?" "In 10 minutes. They think it's just another drill." I turned to Hawthorne and asked what was probably one of the stupidest questions of my life. "Boris Sergeyevich, what's your security clearance level?" "Top secret, of course," the Imperial healer answered cautiously. "Why do you ask?" "Because you're standing on a classified facility belonging to a covert subdivision of the Ministry of Defense, deeded to the Komarin family by direct decree of Emperor Alexei Krechet. Everything you see and learn here is strictly confidential." I paused to let him absorb the information. "Now I must ask you to swear an oath of non-disclosure regarding any of my family's powers or techniques that you witness here. For clarity's sake, this oath will be mutual." Hawthorne's eyebrows slowly climbed upward. His expression clearly said, "What could you possibly show me that outdoes the hybrid magic you use to defend the princess?" But the truth was that we were capable of far more than that. However, Boris Sergeyevich wouldn't have been the imperial family's healer if he didn't know how to keep secrets. No sooner did he take the oath of secrecy than the faint rumble of engines came from behind us. On the outskirts of Little Quagmire, pairs of bloodbound and cadets rode in on strange 3-wheeled ATVs. Although lightweight and maneuverable, they were loud and had limited carrying capacity. The instructors cut the engines and began herding the chaotic crowd into a semblance of order with brisk commands. Instructions were given on the move. Conduct reconnaissance, set up a fortified camp, coordinate civilians, and ensure their protection. Each cadet received a portal scroll, broke its seal, and vanished into the portals.
A light touch on my shoulder told me who it was before I turned. Behind me stood 4 cadets who had joined the rescue effort during the breach. Their faces were tense, and they had scrolls clutched tightly in their hands, but they hadn't used them yet.
"This isn't a drill, is it?"
Sveta said, looking into my eyes searchingly.
"Let us stay. We can help."
No, it isn't, I admitted, choosing honesty to prevent reckless heroics. A rogue death mage is waging war on us. You're going to Valam, where you'll be out of harm's way. Did I imagine it, or did even Medvedev flinch at the news? For her part, Sveta only raised her chin defiantly. I shook my head. There was a time for bravery and a time for following orders. I leaned close to her ear and whispered firmly, "Don't even think about it. Not now. If you stay, both your father and I will be too focused on keeping you safe to fight properly. Don't make our job harder. I'm begging you." I was shamelessly manipulating her, using a heated tone, appealing to her sense of responsibility, and even bringing up her father, all to make a heartfelt plea. And it worked. Her shoulders slumped in reluctant resignation.
Pulling back, she hissed angrily,
"You'd better not die here, or I'll come and drag you back from the afterlife myself. You still owe me."
Her fingers found the seal on her scroll, but her voice softened as she added,
"And tell my father I love him."
I nodded, and she vanished. Tilda and Hawthorne stared at me with unreadable expressions. I'd figure things out with Tilda later, but Boris Sergeyevich would need a very different explanation for a kiss with a strange girl while supposedly courting his daughter. "Your daughter sends her regards," I said, deliberately breezy. "Said she's planning on preparing us some barbecue in Valam in time for our return, and that we should hurry." The look on Hawthorne's face was priceless. He opened and closed his mouth like a fish out of water before regaining his composure. "Well, Sveta, you've really outdone yourself this time. So this is Madame Duplessis' finishing school," he muttered, shaking his head to clear it. "What's our next move?" "We return to the school and prepare to defend it. I've got a couple of surprises ready for that bastard." Strangely enough, the situation had reached a stalemate. The mage couldn't reach us, holed up like rats in a burrow, and we couldn't locate him out in the vast forest. Blindly striking out wasn't an option. My bloodbound spells lacked the range of the death mages. For the past half hour, we'd been putting on more of a show of resistance than actually fighting back. And yet, my men had earned their keep. Without their prayers to Hades, our shield wouldn't have lasted this long. For the first hour, the spell held on sheer power and skillful control. And still, the damned death mage showed no signs of exhaustion. At the start of the second hour, I contacted Beetle, who was overseeing the civilians and cadets.
I quickly outlined the situation and asked him to organize a prayer circle or something similar in honor of Hades. Within 15 minutes, I could see the stream of prayers replenishing the mana pool in the basement. "What's going on here?" Hades' voice rang out 5 minutes later. "They're trying to kill us," I said flatly. "A death mage, level 5 or 6, with macro enhancements. He's been hammering us non-stop for 2 hours now." "Son of a," muttered our patron deity. Apparently, even gods could curse colorfully. "Draw as much power as you can from the mana pool, then bring in the Marevo villagers. I'll transfer everything to you. And listen," he hesitated. "Don't die yet. I'll figure something out." The voice faded, but I kept the shield up, a feat that, given my current level of magic and the restrictive seals on my arm, was nothing short of heroic. By the third hour, I contacted Elena and asked her, by any means necessary, to get the Marevo villagers praying to Hades. I don't know what she told them,
but 15 minutes later, I was functioning as a conduit in two directions. Hades channeled mana into me from the faithful, and I diverted part of it into the mana pool while using the rest to sustain the shield. Hawthorne had his hands full too. Magical exhaustion was a condition that caused damage to the body's weakest organs and systems, tearing up whichever was most vulnerable. For the past 2 hours, he'd been patching up those injuries in both me and the elemental mages. As bizarre as it sounds, I found myself contemplating how valuable a death mage could be to my family. A mage of this caliber was a rare prize for any bloodline, but how could I possibly recruit one? It wasn't the oath that worried me. Even our patron deity couldn't locate the death mage on his territory. The more immediate problem was not getting annihilated in the process. The clue and unexpected help came from an unlikely source.
At the edge of my blood sense, I suddenly felt the presence of another family member, though the link was strange, almost servile. Imagine my shock when I realized it was the Dowager Baroness herself, Agatha Petrovna Komarin. Agatha was ready for everything and anything, except being contacted directly by the Komarin family's patron god. By birth, she was a Kleshcheva, whose patron god was the great Tik, but through an oath and wedlock, she had become a Komarin. The gods, however, were no fools. They didn't meddle with those who didn't believe in them. Her relationship with Hades had always been a sort of armed standoff. He didn't require worship from her, but he didn't tolerate any invocation of the great Tik either. "Well, hello there, Baroness," came a mocking voice in her head. "I see you've been busy. You've nearly dispelled all your binding seals." "Hello to you too," Agatha managed to stammer, forcing politeness toward what was, essentially, a foreign god. "Well, I'm not the only one who cheats, but at least I don't announce it to the whole world," she said, apparently alluding to Hades summoning my soul from another plane. "And you're right not to," the god replied. "You've always been a clever woman. It's a shame things didn't work out with the Baron." "Didn't work out? What business is that of yours?" She sounded like she wanted to snap, but held her tongue out of common sense. "You see? Clever," Hades chuckled, evidently reading her thoughts. "I can release you from your oath to my family, freeing you without any loss of power or accompanying curses." "And who am I supposed to kill for you to do that? The Emperor?" she retorted sarcastically, unable to believe her ears. Such offers didn't exist. Gods never willingly let go of their believers. It would be like giving up free faith, prestige, and reputation. No, a freebie like that could only be cheese in a mousetrap. "Maybe you won't have to kill anyone," the god mused with some hesitation. "But knowing you, killing wouldn't be a problem. Help the Cimmerians at the school, and I'll set you free. You have my divine word." For a brief moment, a shadow of an enormous mosquito appeared before Agatha, blotting out the sun. It was enough to send chills down her spine. Whatever was happening at the school, it must be serious if such a unique reward was on the table. "I accept," the Baroness agreed, pulling a portal scroll from her cloak. She would have used her reusable teleportation ring, but the youngest Cimmerian still had it. She wondered if he'd learned how to use it yet. Arriving outside Little Quagmire, the last thing Agatha expected was to hear the thunder of a ferocious, magical battle. The closer she got to the school, the clearer it became. This wasn't some scrap. It was an outright brawl of life and death. On one side was a death mage of considerable strength, and on the other? She wished she knew who was holding the defense for the Cimmerians.
To avoid being caught in the crossfire, Agatha used a hereditary ability that had once made her one of the best spies in the land: death feint. This ability mimicked the complete cessation of vital processes, rendering her neither alive nor dead. Life and death magic had no effect on her. She was simply a shadow, observing and analyzing. The death mage wasn't holding back, unleashing spell after spell at the school, none of them weaker than mid-tier. Yet he remained hidden. Out of curiosity, the shadow slipped closer to observe him. He was strong, undoubtedly a level 5 or 6, but no mage could sustain such an unrelenting barrage of magic for long. She noted how he clenched another macro in his fist to replenish his strength. "You're a suicidal fool, darling," the shadow thought. "If you're this reliant on macros, addiction must be right around the corner."
Or maybe you've got nothing left to lose, she added to herself, noting the savage, almost possessed expression on the mage's face. The surrounding forest had long since been reduced to dust. Grass and shrubs had crumbled to powder, and the ground beneath the death mage's feet had turned to ash. Even the stone buildings near the school were cracking, yet those inside were still alive. Spells of water, wind, and earth periodically lashed out from within, vainly trying to strike the enemy. The elemental mages wouldn't have lasted more than a few hits, if not for the strange, flickering crimson dome over the school. The death mage's spells simply slid off it, dispersing into the surroundings. Ever the scholar of sorcery, Agatha was captivated by the dome's origins and energy source. In her studies of ancient texts, she had encountered something similar: a personal blood magic shield crafted on battlefields from literal rivers of blood. But that was enough to protect only one mage, and here was a shield covering an entire building. "Who are you?" she thought. "Why do you hesitate, Agatha Petrovna?" came a familiar voice in her head. "Standing there on the threshold, afraid to check in on your grandson? What if he's been missing you?"
Chapter 24. Why do you hesitate, Agatha Petrovna? I addressed my grandmother through the blood link. Standing there on the threshold, afraid to check in on your grandson? What if he's been missing you? Her response was dead silence. I'd always known my sense of humor left something to be desired, and in situations like this, my tongue was my worst enemy. Jokes aside, Agatha Petrovna, we've got a death mage holed up somewhere nearby, slinging mid-tier spells like he's got a magical machine gun, I warned her quickly. She had saved me from an explosion that destroyed our entire manor, and I considered it polite to return the favor. Be careful and don't get hit. These days, us Komarins are worth our weight in gold. "Well, hello, grandson. I've got some questions for you," she replied, sounding somewhat flustered. "I know about the mage, but who's casting that intriguing blood shield of yours?" "Do you like it?" "Of course. But I don't see rivers of blood fueling it," she remarked uncertainly. "Blood's only needed at the base level. After that, you can use raw mana," I explained, sharing the principle behind the upgraded blood shield protecting us. Judging by her colorful curse, in a language I didn't recognize, Nan was impressed indeed. "Impressive," was her concise verdict. "You impress me too," I replied, with no hint of flattery. Blood-bound keys are one thing, but backup defensive circuits in armored vehicles powered by mage blood? I nearly tore myself in half trying to transport 11 people through one portal scroll, and those tightwads brought 2 armored vehicles with them. "Nonsense," she shot back, a mix of disbelief and admiration in her voice. "Everyone knows 1 scroll equals 1 person. Ask Spider later. He'll confirm it," I laughed. She didn't say anything, and I didn't rush her. She'd come here for a reason, fully aware of the risks.
Hades might have promised her something tempting, but I wouldn't boss her around or give orders. What worked better than any command was the servile bond tied to the Baroness. Treating one of our own like that didn't sit right with me. To me, she was a Komaran, and her forced bondage was a stain on my family's reputation. That would have to change. "You're a curious one, grandson," Agatha said at last. "But it remains to see just how curious. Let's get to work. I can kill the Death Mage and end your siege," she offered casually, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. What kind of enhancements did she have at her disposal to be so confident that she could wade into a storm of death magic? Yet her tone left no doubt. Agatha seemed absolutely sure of her abilities. "Killing him would be too easy," I admitted honestly, "and I'd hate to waste a magical machine gun like that. Can you at least pinpoint his location first?" Oddly, there was no need for further explanation. Instead of replying, Agatha shared her memory of watching the Death Mage consuming the macros. "You're incredible, Nan," I said, unable to hide my admiration. She'd been close enough to breathe down his neck, and he hadn't noticed a thing. "Can you just knock him out for now? We'll send him to a corrective labor camp. He'll come back a changed mage." "Misha, did you fall down the stairs? Are you suffering from exhaustion?" "What corrective labor camp?" Agatha snapped. "This is an unregistered death mage who's gone rogue. He needs to be eliminated. End of story. The Crown will thank you, and in cash no less." "Listen here, Granny," I snapped. "This family has more money than it knows what to do with. What we don't have is a death mage of our own. Are you catching my drift, or do you have more questions to pester me with?" My reply came out sharper and more overbearing than I intended. Yet while we sat there arguing, my blood boiled painfully in my veins. Divine grace wasn't endless, and I didn't want to consume macros by the dozen like that suicidal fool. The last thing I needed was to become an addict. "Understood, Your Excellence," Agatha replied in an utterly neutral tone. Great. I'd let my emotions get the better of me and had probably forced her compliance with sheer authority. Ugh, this had to be fixed. "How long will it take to neutralize the threat?" 5 minutes, came her equally emotionless reply. "Understood. Keep an eye on him if you'd be so kind," I asked, trying to smooth over the awkwardness of my earlier outburst. "As you wish, Your Grace," she replied. Boris Sergeyevich Hawthorne had been watching Gavrila Petrovich with growing unease for hours. The young man had been holding the line against a death mage entirely on his own. Nestled deep in the Karelian forest and surrounded by swamps, the stone keep they were in commanded respect. But its purpose was unclear. The complete absence of family magic in this location suggested it was no ordinary place. Count Hawthorne was no weak mage himself and had a significant magical reserve. Yet he couldn't remember the last time he'd had to dig so deep to summon so much magical resistance. Normally, he worked with his hereditary magic, and here that wasn't an option. What astonished him even more was how Gavrila Petrovich had managed to sustain the battle for 4 straight hours. The other fighters, clad in black military uniforms with no insignia aside from the mosquito emblem, weren't idle either. They took turns casting complex AoE spells, trying to locate the hidden enemy, though so far their efforts had been fruitless. What stood out most was the seamless coordination between Vinogradov and his soldiers. They obeyed him without question. Often, it seemed they communicated telepathically, only vocalizing commands or requests when addressing Boris Sergeyevich. "No, that wasn't entirely accurate. Everyone else here coordinated openly, but Gavrila Petrovich didn't need to. The more the healer observed him, the more amazed he was. What kind of reserves must he have? And what kind of magic was this anyway? Boris suspected blood magic, as, before the shield appeared over the fortress, Vinogradov had painted strange rooms on the basement floor with his own blood. Telepathy had nothing to do with this, at least not directly. Then there were the partially sentient vines and roses, which, with great difficulty, could be tied to the Vinogradov family magic. Plant breeders were always coming up with the strangest creations, and then marveling at what they'd wrought. Count Hawthorne had his share of similar experiences, though on a smaller scale. Still, he vividly remembered the spitting hawthorn plant from his botany classes. It left an impression that lingered for years. Vinogradov's warning about state secrets and the oath he'd forced him to take to protect family secrets flashed in his mind. Alongside this came memories of mentions of the Komarin family and their ownership of the land. The mosquito emblems on the soldiers' uniforms clearly hinted at who ruled these parts. What wasn't clear was why the Komarin family's servants obeyed Vinogradov, or what all these young people were doing here. Boris Sergeyevich worked hard to push away the thought that his daughter might be nearby. As a father, it was easier to accept that her future fiancé had been caught kissing someone else right before his eyes, than to believe that Svetlana had traded Madame Duplessis' finishing school for some experimental military testing ground in the remote wilderness of Karelia. "Oh, Svetlana, did you meet your unusual beau here?" he wondered. All signs seemed to point to that, and now the doctor had questions, not just for Vinogradov, but for his daughter as well.
Suddenly, Gavrila Petrovich, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, stood up, swaying and leaning against the wall. Tilda immediately steadied him, offering her shoulder for support. "Grid coordinates 6-6. We've got 15 minutes to slap suppression spells on him before he comes to," Vinogradov rasped. "Oh, and Agatha Petrovna sends her regards to everyone." Some of the soldiers broke into smiles, even cheering. "She's back, that old bloodsucker!" Others whistled. A few looked puzzled, but asked no questions. "Tilda, your task is to pack up our gift and take it home for some corrective work," Vinogradov instructed his companion, his smile tinged with venom. "You mean all the way home?" Tilda emphasized the word, her tone dubious. "All the way. And can I discipline him however I see fit?" The gleam of anticipation in the violet-haired beauty's eyes was impossible to miss. "Go for it," Vinogradov replied wearily, only to be nearly bowled over as Tilda threw her arms around him, exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you, thank you! This is the best gift ever!" She gave Gavrila Petrovich a quick kiss on the cheek and darted off. "I still need him alive for the family, Tilda," Vinogradov called after her, shaking his head with a bemused smile. "Women," he muttered to the doctor. "Sergei Borisovich, do me a favor, patch me up. One more step and I might crumble like an old rotten stump. And we've still got a young troublemaker to catch." The relationship between Vinogradov and Tilda raised even more questions. Were they friends? Siblings? Something more? Scanning Vinogradov's body and magical channels, Hawthorne was surprised. His mana reserves weren't completely depleted, but the wear on his channels was severe. The doctor couldn't explain such damage in just 4 hours. After patching him up as best he could, Hawthorne finally admitted, "Gavrila Petrovich, you're raising more questions than I'm allowed to have, given the classified nature of this facility. But as the father of the girl you've expressed interest in courting, I'm finding your background very curious."
Trust me, Sergei Borisovich, you're not the only one, Vinogradov replied as they followed the soldiers out of the dank basement and climbed onto the ATVs. But until I eliminate the threat to my family, you won't be getting any answers. Sorry. Arkady Ivanovich Krisin instinctively hunched his shoulders. His companion's voice was quiet and calm, but the weight of his words made them all the more terrifying. Arkasha, you've disappointed me. 30 years ago, I pulled you out of a sewer and gave you a chance to improve your station in life. A good position, the status of family head, and a successful match didn't all fall into your lap by accident, you know. Krisin couldn't see his companion. His keen sense of smell caught traces of cigar smoke, a hint of alcohol, and, predictably, the scent of a man who'd just indulged himself. Exotic women usually put his patron deity in a good mood, but not today. You know better than anyone what I do with non-performing assets, the patron said. Krisin shuddered as the next words came. I can't hear your answer. You feed them to the rats, Krisin stammered. Exactly, Arkasha. But for every rat, I've got a cat. Here, kitty, kitty. A black panther sauntered past Krisin. In the dimly lit room, the firelight from the hearth cast shadows as the deadly predator stretched out at the patron's feet, still licking her lips contentedly. Krisin had once witnessed her hunt, watching as a man, bound by suppression spells, was cornered and torn to shreds by this kitty. The message was clear. Arkady Ivanovich had gone from managing minor pawns, those who fed the rats, to becoming a liability himself, one step away from being fed to something far worse.
I'll take care of everything, Krisin mumbled submissively. Arkasha, our enemies are digging beneath you, and they're digging deep. The hole's as big as the Kremlin Tower. But they haven't touched you yet, which means either you've been exceptionally thorough in covering your tracks, or Orlov is giving the Komarin family room to deal with you themselves and keep this entire mess private. A pause filled the room, broken only by wet, slurping sounds interspersed with feminine moans. Krisin's gaze fixated on the shadow of a girl moving rhythmically between the patron's legs. Good girl, just as we agreed, he thought. Minutes later, the sounds ceased, punctuated by the sharp slap of a hand on bare skin. Arkasha, the patron said, his voice relaxed but commanding. Make sure not even the Emperor can take this land from us. It shall be done, Krisin vowed. In the family struggle to come, our rats will devour them all.